Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, June 2nd. We are starting our meeting with a joint meeting with the Open Space and Trails Board. There's just a few of us here in the room today, so I'm Kelly McNicholas Curry. I'll be chairing today's meeting. Patty Clapper, Commissioner, is also in the room, and our helpful admin and IT staff, Elaine and Jordan. And then joining us from home is the remainder of the BOCC and the OST board, and also OST staff, who will lead us through a presentation of the North Star Management Plan today. And just as a point of order to help keep us organized in this meeting, we'll ask staff as they present to stop at thoughtful.
Kelly, we can't hear you.
Okay, hold on.
You. Kelly.
Yeah, can you guys hear me now?
We know that, George. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me now? I'm just going to keep talking to see if you guys can hear.
Now, yes.
Okay. So we'll just repeat for folks at home, because unfortunately our attendees who've joined us via Zoom could not hear our introduction. So I'm going to start over. So welcome to the Board of County Commissioners work session today, Tuesday, June 2nd. I'm Kelly McNicholas Curry, Commissioner. I'm going to chair today's meeting. Here in the room is Patty Clapper, Commissioner. And we are being joined by our Open Space and Trails Board today for a joint work session on the North Star Management Plan. The remainder of the BOCC is joining us from home, as well as the Open Space Trails Board and Open Space staff. Just as a point of order, as we run through this to keep everyone organized, I will ask staff to just stop at thoughtful times during your presentation and ask for questions or comments. At that point, we'll go to the Open Space and Trails Board first to provide their questions and comments, and Amy Barrows, the chair of that board, will manage that, and then come back to me to get comment and questions from the BOCC. And so that's how we'll go through today's meeting. I'm going to turn it over to the Open Space and Trails Board Chair, Amy Barrow, to convene their meeting.
Hi, I'd like to convene our meeting of June 2nd for the Open Space and Trails Board to hear from the staff on our North Star Nature Preserve Management Plan. And I would turn it over to staff to start that process, and then we'll have public comments after that.
Okay, thank you, Amy. Just kicking it off before I turn it over to Lindsay. So she's going to go over the process and where we're at, and kind of go into detail on some of the action items that are going to really take, that are really the meat of this plan. You guys have seen this draft plan back in February. And so from there, we're looking at a lot of different action items. Obviously you guys are getting comments from folks, and there's stuff out there. There's a lot of things that we're working on now to manage the situation better. The reality is since 2015, when we did the plan, it has been an amazing 5 years since we did that plan. We have done a lot of things to really, truly manage the area better. There's a lot of things that are going a lot better. We have a partnership with the different jurisdictions that is critical to make this happen, because before I turn it over to Lindsay, the biggest piece of the puzzle is we don't own all the properties. We don't have the jurisdiction on all of the properties. Pickens County Open Space and Trails has worked to develop a partnership with the Forest Service, with CDOT, with the Sheriff's Office, with the neighboring landowners, with ACES, and the City of Aspen, and all our other partners to try to manage this area better. And so the great thing is overall that partnership is really blossoming. The reality is, you know, the natural resources overall are doing incredibly well. And yeah, now we have a social issue still and a safety issue along highways. And, you know, there's a lot of things in this plan that will do that. So with that, I turn it over to Lindsay to go through it.
Okay. My thought was, just looking at our time with the board, that I would give an overview of it, but skim over the existing conditions and a lot of the public comment parts so that we can focus on the action items, and in particular the recreation action items, because that just feels like the hottest topic and where most of the changes within the plan occurred. And we have our other planning staff with Jesse, Liza, and Janet on the call as well to help answer questions when they come up as we go through this all. Also, just as a reminder, this is a plan that's on a 5-year update schedule. The conservation easement calls for that. And so although from 2000 to 2015, that was not occurring, from here on out, we're looking at a 5-year update schedule for North Star, which really helps us stay relevant and is probably one of our more frequent updates for any of our management plans. Also in the plan you received in your packet, that pink text, just as a reminder, that is text that was changes from the draft plan that went out for draft comment. So that just helps highlight the things that have changed since the last time that you guys have seen the plan. So with that, I will just, I'll start diving into it. Our overall goal for the management plan at North Star is really something that's been carried forward since 2000, and that's to first and foremost protect and restore the ecological processes that support biological diversity on the property. And so that is always our first priority and focus as we go through all of this and think about how we manage North Star. I'm going to jump to page 17. That helps everyone kind of follow along. But I start by looking at the overview of what this plan actually covers for property and management. And maybe just to start, to be clear on what we don't manage as a county, what we work with our partners on. So everything in green is what we think of as North Star Open. There's actually 2 acquisitions. The second acquisition was in partnership with the city of Aspen.
Kelly, we can't see anything.
Okay.
We can't see anything on the screen.
Okay, thanks, George. Let us make sure that it's being shared.
I see it on the Zoom.
I can see it on my
I
Zoom.
see it. I can see it, and George, that is on page 24 in our packet.
Well, I can't see the packet. All I can see is Lisa
Lindsay.
on my screen. But go ahead.
Okay,
Everyone
let's
else can
move
see it.
on.
Go for it.
Okay. So thinking of what we think of as North Star open space, it's 145 acres through those 2 different acquisitions. Roughly 188 acres, 77% of the property is permanently closed to people year round, which is the backside mainly of North Star, the opposite side of the river. When we think of our land managers and our partners in the area, to the east we have CDOT, that is the eastern boundary of North Star. On the west we have White River National Forest, and the National Forest of course goes down and wraps around through Wildwood. And then all of these other parcels through here are privately owned property or property owned by ACEs, kind of surrounding property to the south, around the east, and to the north. Another view of that, it kind of shows it in a different perspective. Well, here, I'll just jump real quick. Pages 20 and 21 of the plan kind of show that in perspective, that if you're driving State Highway 82, you are on a state jurisdiction, state of Colorado, looking at a county open space, North Star. There's different access corridors through that county open space to the river, which is managed by the state of Colorado. And then the most popular launch area is the Wildwood put-in, which is on the National Forest. So all those groups and partners working together, and frankly, like Gary had said, we've had really strong partnerships, which helps out there for sure, but it requires everybody working together towards the same goals to achieve the different management objectives. Okay. So I'm gonna skip through, because we went through all of this before in previous meetings, and none of it's changed, all of the existing conditions information. I just want to stop and highlight the different access corridors because obviously they're very important when we talk about North Star. So pages 48 and 49 of the plan. Page 48 is the summer recreation and summer access corridors as we currently think of them. Again, we have Wildwood, the most popular launch, that's National Forest. We have the James H. Smith Trail Loop, that's on the joint property with the city of Aspen. We have the Southgate parking area, which is also the landing zone for the paragliders. It's also a river access corridor. We have the beach access corridor. We have the north parking lot, which also has the wildlife viewing platform. And then we have the takeout area by the bridge. And of course, the East of Aspen Trail paralleling Highway 82 along that. In the winter, the James H. Smith Trail is still out there as a loop. We still have a landing zone for paragliders. We have the groomed Nordic loop, and then the parking at the wildlife viewing platform. One other thing, the existing conditions I want to make sure to highlight is the parking diagram, because again, this is very pertinent to what we talk about in the action items. But we went through with staff, as you guys recall, we looked at how many parking spots there are currently legally out there, how many cars we see out there. And again, this is from data from the last few years. It's not picking up the data from this spring already. It looked at the distances between those access corridors and then the river mileage between those access corridors, recognizing that we have way more vehicles out there than we have parking spots for. So again, that comes in the action item. I guess before I move on, just to give a highlight of the public process, were there any questions on the existing conditions?
Okay, we'll have Amy go to the open space board first.
Any questions from the Open Space Board? I don't think we have any at this point, Lindsay. I'd say
Okay.
continue on with your presentation. Thanks.
Anyone from BOCC? Any questions for staff at this point? Nope. Okay, thanks, Lindsay. Go ahead.
Yeah. So the planning process, as you guys recall, we kicked off with public outreach at the end of last year. And that outreach was really focused to get comments on user experience and how people use North Star. We also assembled all of the different natural resource reports we have and looking at the existing conditions. And we, looking at the public comment we received and the existing conditions, created the draft management plan that went to both boards earlier this year and was released for public comment. And we began our 2-month public comment period back in February, just like we always do. And that included public meetings face-to-face. And so with COVID, that quickly had to change. And so we extended the public comment period by another month to May 1st. And we refocused our attention to online outreach and advertising. So that closed May 1st. We got a little over 100 comments plus partner letters, and staff took all that information, updated the management plan, and then here we are today at the joint meeting where ultimately to move this plan forward, the Open Space and Trails Board would need to recommend it to the Board of County Commissioners. It will then go through 2 more meetings with the Board of County Commissioners before it would be formally adopted. I think a lot of the partner comments are picked up in the action items and we can talk about them there. So I'll skip over this section for now. But I did want to focus on what we heard from the public during the draft comment period. So like I said, we got the comments back May 1st. Staff all took it individually, read through them, pulled out the things we all individually heard throughout the comments. And then we had a meeting to go through all the changes that we now see in the plan and talk about those comments as a staff. And so I think, I would like to read through just the highlights that we identified as staff, because I think, again, it's important to understand when looking at the action items. The different themes we heard included the public's support for limiting use, general support for parking concepts, but concerns about not having enough parking options at the takeout, concerns that at peak times the parking will still overflow into the right-of-way, concerns about causing problems elsewhere, so displacing the issue. We may solve an issue in one location, but displace it to another location. concerns about the beach being used as a launch site or a takeout for the river access. There were mixed responses on dogs and alcohol use. And then overall, just a general support from the public that they understand that there are issues that need to be addressed out there. We also specifically asked the public, you know, like, look, we have too many cars out here. How can we help you drive less, carpool more, those kind of questions. And so the specific responses to that question included affordable shuttle options, free bikes and gear wagons, parking time limits or charging for parking during peak use times, a permitted system or user permits to access, you know, on the river, permitting the amount of people on the river, using difficult campground as a staging shuttle area, and then gear lockers at Southgate. And again, I guess those are different things to keep in mind as we look at the action items that are in the plan. I guess, yeah, before I move on to action items, does anyone have questions on the process or the public comments to date?
Amy, I'll go to you for OST.
Comments from the Open Space Board? I don't think so, Lindsay. I think you've covered it really well in terms of how it's all progressed. So, good. Thanks.
Does BOCC have any questions about the public input process? Okay, seeing none. Go ahead, Lindsay.
Okay. So the action items are broken into a few different sections. The first one's natural resource actions. And frankly, there weren't many changes from what you guys saw in the draft plan to what is now in your packet after public comment. Overall, our goal with the natural resources is to allow the natural processes to occur, and we want ecological resilience out there. We want to continue our scientific studies and monitoring and have adaptive management to support that. And I think, you know, at the end of the day, we're trying to get healthy habitats, which then support wildlife. So the more we can do to improve the habitat, the better it is for the wildlife. So in the plant communities, just to go over the action items that are in the plan, continuation of noxious weed management, looking at different reed canary grass treatment areas. Reed canary grass was most likely an agricultural introduction in the 50s. So looking at how we can do a better job at enabling the natives to outcompete the reed canary grass. Because again, that will help work towards a healthier habitat. Supporting the recruitment of the aspen, cottonwood, and spruce forest systems. Another agricultural focused restoration in the different meadows, and that really spans both sides of the Roaring Fork River. Sagebrush shrubland regeneration. This is a good opportunity as well to involve the public when it comes to volunteer projects on the ground. Long-term plant monitoring. We do plant communities as well as wildlife monitoring on the property. And then the fen restoration, which you guys have learned a lot about, and hopefully we'll start implementing the on-the-ground actions this summer yet. Looking at wildlife, we're carrying forward the quiet zone, which was in the 2015 management plan, and then the continuation of wildlife monitoring overall, looking at the different species and new ones that show up on North Star, but overall how they are, what our trends look like. Geomorphology, so monitoring the groundwater, which then informs the restoration efforts and vegetation management, which then helps the wildlife. So continuing that. And then the two new action items that were introduced in the draft plan are the down tree policy and the beaver dam policy. A healthy river system includes down woody debris and ideally beaver and their dams. And so we wanted to be clear about open spaces policy in both of these topics because it definitely comes up every year with river users. So the down tree policy, just to remind everyone, includes staff working with our consultants, but having a and a conservative approach when moving woody debris from the river. And then the beaver dam policy, we did tweak based upon some of the public comments we received because we wanted to clarify that we by no means are going to ever propose to dismantle or remove a beaver dam, but these are some of the methods that may be, that we could maybe use in the situations where a beaver dam remains through the summer. And that's really a case-by-case decision on how we would direct the public to behave when encountering a beaver dam on the river. Does anyone have any questions about natural resources this time?
Amy, I'll go to you.
Howie, you have a question? You have to unmute.
Lindsay, the beaver dams are pretty noticeable. How do they interface with the recreational use on the river, the floating, the stand-up paddle boards, etc.? What's your philosophy on that?
Well, so far, I think that every year when the water has come up, the dams have blown out. I think we all assume that at some point in the future, especially as the beaver population increases at North Star, and we maybe have drier years and lower flows, the blowout of the beaver dam may not occur. And so when that happens, then we need to, as staff and working with our consultants, determine the best direction to the public. And that really depends on the location of the beaver dam. So it could involve that there's a section of the river that we're voluntary closure. We don't encourage the public to go through. There may be an opportunity to go around the dam on one side of the river or another. There may be an opportunity, depending on how the dam is constructed, that they could traverse like a low end of it. So a lot of that just really depends on how the dam ends up in the river. Does that answer your question?
Well, sort of. I know it's not necessarily a black and white issue. Maybe you'll cover it later, but is it the general policy not to artificially or from a human-directed point of view, remove the dams, let them disappear organically and grow organically? Is that fair to say?
Yeah, we definitely are not encouraging the removal of the dam. We want the dams to remain and do what they would do.
Okay.
Because it's a contribution to a healthy river system, then we want to remove the dam.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Question?
I know. So we'll finish
Greg,
going through OST and then we'll go to the BOCC for questions.
Okay.
Do you have any other open space comments? I think we're good right now. Thanks.
Okay. Greg, go ahead with your
Ellie?
question.
Yeah, thanks, Lindsay, for all the hard work you've done here. This is amazing. It's an incredible document you've created here, and I'm so happy to see it. Regarding the beaver dams, the question I've had and the things I've heard occasionally in the past have been the people have actually tried to remove dams, maybe an outfitter or someone who's eager to get on the river. And I don't know, I don't have any direct evidence of that, but I'm just wondering if our policy is to leave the dams in place and let nature take its course, which I certainly advocate. I'm wondering if there's a time when we may want to be monitoring them. You know, if people are thinking of taking them out, certainly would be great to disincentivize them, but I'd also like to just monitor them and would like us to consider, having wildlife cameras in position in various times. I know you use them already in certain places, but I'd like to monitor some of the dams just to see how they naturally grow and disappear. Thanks.
Okay. Well, we could add into that action item more specifics on monitoring. Our rangers do monitor, and then neighbors in the area also monitor. This year, when the beaver dam was a hot topic for the spring, and once the water and the river started to rise, it blew out. But I understand that there have been various rumors in the past about how they disappear. So we could add within here some clarification on monitoring that.
Okay, let me go to other BOCC. Steve, go ahead, please.
I would actually like to see a policy to encourage beaver dams to be built at certain locations to bring back the oxbows in the river. And this, to me, would be an active management plan where we would put either a row of big boulders or concrete blocks in the river with space in between that if there is no beaver dam, that people could get through, but where the rushing water is going between either boulders or concrete blocks, the beavers are going to build a dam there. So they would tend to build the dam there, which would then encourage some water to go out into the previous oxbows. And it also would protect them from being totally blown out by the high water, because there'd be some structural, rock structure to help anchor the beaver dams in place. And it would also make it hard for people to take the dam down. I know that's not in the plan right now, but that is personally what I would like to see.
I don't know if Gary or Liza might want to comment on that. I think it's a bit of a departure from our current philosophy when it comes to the river in particular, because there's been various efforts over the years to introduce different features, and ultimately the river blows them out, doing what it wants to do.
I can speak to that.
Let me chop in first.
Yeah,
it gets, Steve, you get to the philosophy of North Star, and been managing it now for over 20 years, and the reality with the river there is no rock in that river to begin with. It's a very sandy area, and anytime in the past that rock has been introduced, it has created unintended consequences. And working with our consultants now, Seth Mason from Lodic Hydrological, really truly allowing the river to naturally do its thing. We do believe in protecting the beaver dams. Obviously this year we were gonna protect it, but then it got blown out by the higher water. I mean, to me, if we're gonna do that route, we have to seriously change our thought on natural resource management out of North Star, because there's going to be a lot of unintended consequences with adding all of that stuff in, and with the lower water overall that we get from Twin Lakes and everything else. I just don't know how that, I don't know if we're actually creating more of a natural area or a man-made area. So just I don't know if we have to answer that right now, but the reality is it's a huge change to the philosophy of managing North Star.
So if I could respond to that.
Go ahead, Steve.
I see that the recreation things that are happening now and just being overrun by too many people is a man-made thing too. We're not allowing the river to follow its what would happen naturally. And I see having a bunch of beaver dams in there would actually be a way to minimize the amount of people who are going in there on the river. I know a lot of people are gonna not like my thought on that, but I think that getting more beaver dams would actually lead to fewer recreationalists going in there.
And we agree, because we would like to see, first of all, it's a pretty wide river through there, so we don't know if the beaver dams will actually be able to handle the larger water times. But one of the biggest pieces of this action item is to protect them. I like Greg's suggestion of actually putting wildlife cameras out there, and that's what we could add, is because if the beavers are, like this year, they made it, and we were monitoring it, but if that beaver dam survives the high water, it's going to be a significant block to the recreationists that they'll have to manage around, because we're not going to be manipulating them in any way and not allowing the manipulation of any of that for human recreation.
I'd also like to give Liza a chance if you'd like to add anything. You were going to comment on Steve's suggestion.
Sure. I think Gary covered it all, and the biggest thing I want to reiterate there is just that the current river channel has remained about the same since the 1950s, and that is largely a result of that transbasin diversion. So we are operating in a system that receives less water than it did historically, that produced some of those historical oxbow channels. And in the geomorphology study, there is still channel meander happening, and so it is becoming more sinuous, and there's natural process of erosion on some banks and deposition on other as this river is moving towards its new equilibrium, sort of in our new reality. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to be able to get that water back, and that trans-basin diversion is here to stay. So I think that has been a big part of our philosophy as well, as letting the system's already on this trajectory towards recovery in the physical sense, and the channel's not in size, and it is still connected to the floodplain according to that report. And so that's the only thing I would add to Sarah's statement there. That helps on the understanding side.
Great, thank you. George, can I go to you for any comment on the wildlife management actions? It's hard to see you because you're in a shadow.
I'm fine, thanks,
Okay.
Kelly.
Okay, I'll go to Patty here in the room.
Yeah, I was just going to add, it's just kind of what Gary, everybody's been saying, that we need to let nature take its course, and that kind of in a literal sense when I say that. And I think Greg's idea about the cameras is a great idea, but I think the least amount of human manipulation as far as the riverbank or channeling of the river. I know we go in there and plant, we plant some better species. I think that's also adding to the natural nature of the river. So I think we just need to stay that course and let nature take its course.
Okay, and then I have two specific questions and then kind of a more general question. Did you guys solicit public input on any idea of making the entire preserve a quiet zone? I guess I'll pose that to Lindsay as the being in charge of this.
We did not ask that specific question. I'm also not recalling a lot of public comment on that topic in particular. I don't know other staff members anything comment specific to that. I think the questions we discussed more as a staff is that the herons currently still use North Star. They're no longer, and I'm not aware of it this year, they're nesting on North Star. And so that quiet zone can be relocated along the property if they were to come back into other tree stands. But there was no specific conversation around the topic of the whole thing being a quiet zone.
And I'll just add, Kelly, one of the ways to get people to be quiet is to have a reason to be quiet. If you just try to say the whole thing's a quiet zone, we can do that, but, having it be specifically tied to something was really important. And, but, the overall goal of the whole plan is to reduce the party ethic at the preserve and through the private property. We're trying to show people to respectfully, recreate through there.
Okay. My second question is I noted in, I think, some of the background information that there was a recommendation to reintroduce Wyoming ground squirrel as a method for bringing back some larger predatory species, and I wondered if that was considered or where that recommendation has fallen.
I'll let Liza answer that one.
Sure. Good catch. And that is sort of a similar thing in our, not aligning with our philosophy, is taking a more light-handed approach. And note that those Wyoming ground squirrels still do exist in the valley, that there is potential for them to come back. And so it was 1 year of our survey that they were not documented. And I think if we were to do this, our schedule is to do this every 3 to 5 years, a full wildlife study, including the small mammals, birds, and all that. And if we see that again, we don't see them coming back naturally, we can do more targeted study of seeing what those effects would be. But it's sort of still aligned with that philosophy. Let's see what maybe nature has its own plan and gathering more information before we do a full animal reintroduction.
Okay, and then this, Steve, let me get through my last question and then I'll come back to you. This sort of aligns with my last question, which I guess is, another thing that stood out to me was sort of in the historical background, a referral to a 200 head elk herd that lived in the area back 70 years ago, or maybe in the 70s, I can't remember. And so I'm just wondering, like, what is the historical review of the status of North Star? In my mind, preserve is really preserve. Like, there should be like a snapshot in time that we're trying to hold on to an ideal of, I guess. And I know this is ever changing and the uses have changed over time, but I'm just wondering, how far back are we looking when we're sort of looking at our scientific evolution of what's being used and what we're trying to maintain there?
I mean, I can start answering that. Yeah, I think the thing we're trying to be careful about is not seeing a snapshot in time because of all the environmental conditions around our open space that impact our open space. So, of course, the diversion of water, the introduction of agricultural grasses and non-native species and other water management measures on the property itself. Development, like the amount of development around North Star from that snapshot you might be referring to now is extremely dramatic. The amount of housing that's gone in. And then, of course, the greater picture that elk use much more than just North Star, even just the valley bottom, and that the overall, and we're currently partnering on studies to try to understand what is going on with the elk in the big picture, of which they come and use North Star for a part of their life cycle or their seasonal route migration. So I think a lot of it comes back to our natural resource studies and adaptive management and looking at how we can create the best habitat at North Star, but recognizing that all species that use North Star rely on other places as well, and that we are part of their picture, but we are not the whole picture. I don't know, Liza, more on that?
Yeah, I think it's just important to remember that while it is designated a nature preserve, it is an altered landscape, and it was by no means pristine when the county acquired it or when the Nature Conservancy acquired it. And there's decades of history of the land being cleared, of it being used for agriculture, and that changes the species composition of the plants, it changes the soil, and our goal is to, that sort of snapshot in time, we can't return to that because we are living in a different reality. It's been altered, there's less water, and of course there's climate change. And so how can we support the ecosystem moving forward to exist and be resilient in the current realities today? Some of those current realities including a lot more development on the valley floor, a lot more traffic and all that. So that's good to keep in mind as well.
I guess I'll just comment that, I just wonder at what point does does an active, or active introduction or more active management become necessary, because what we're preserving is we're losing. So it's just a philosophical general question that I have, but I think it is something we're going to have to keep in mind over the history of this piece of land. And I want to go back to Steve and give him an option to weigh in with another comment on the wildlife management actions.
So, speaking about the Wyoming ground squirrels, jokingly, I was going to offer you could come out and capture as many of them as you can and take them over there from our place. But they don't like wet places. They only like dry, rocky places. It's their favorite place to do their burrows and whatnot. So there probably are some locations there that they would be able to live in, but I think a lot of the preserve is just simply too wet for them. I would think they would move in there just on their own, though, knowing the history of those ground squirrels in our valley.
Okay. Okay, I think you've heard some input from our board on the wildlife management actions. So if you're ready to move on, please go ahead.
Kelly, I think we have, Greg has a comment, and then we have a
thanks.
couple comments still on our board too.
Sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry, we can't see everybody
I know,
else
I
at the same
can't.
time. I just wanted to make some observations that it appears as we see human intrusion into various parts of the valley, the backcountry and the open spaces, things that we thought were, wildlands and would always be. With this the COVID lockdown and the economic slowdown and the lack of travel, we've seen wildlife coming back into places and being seen again for the first time in many instances. So we understand that it's easy to rationalize human intrusion over the years into places because it just seems so incremental. But when we had this recent event, you could really see wildlife coming back in so quickly. So it gives me some perspective on just how much effect we do have on wildlife and natural patterns just by being present. So I'd love to have that frame the conversation here. And I know you're all very aware of the relationship we have with people and wildlife at North Star. I wanted to get back very quickly just to say I think there's some energy toward the idea that the entire place should be a quiet zone. When I've been paddling North Star, or used to, I've kind of stopped in the last couple of years, but been paddling it for most of my life. And whenever we would put on the river, we would think of it as something, a place for solace and contemplation and quiet. So I do like the idea of the entire thing being a quiet zone. Gary's point is well taken, but when you come to the end of a quiet zone, does that mean you get to be noisy again? So I think it's worth revisiting, but I certainly would support making most of the run through North Star a quiet zone, except for maybe right by the beach. And that's a compromise on our part. But as we are quieter and as we are more careful, we're going to see the wildlife thriving more. I think that's been evident just in recent times with the slowdown. So thanks for that, but I would revisit the quiet zone, and yes, I'd extend it to most of the entire place. Thanks.
Kelly, I think we had both Howie and Michael wanted to make a few comments.
Sure. Yeah, Amy, go ahead. You can call in your board members. And my apologies, I couldn't see everybody.
Yeah, and I just did a little chat for everybody. There's a way to see more people on the screen if you hover between the people and the document on the left side. There's a bar that shows up, and you can slide that bar to the left to be able to see more people on your screen and not see as much of the shared document. So that helps to see more people if anybody wants to try that. But Michael, you had a comment, and then Howie?
Yeah, I was pondering Steve's deliciously heretical idea about proactively establishing dams, and because my gut reaction to it was not unlike what everybody else's was, but the assumption of the conversation that continued was that dams and recreation are kind of, that is, on water recreation are kind of mutually exclusive. That may be true, but I don't know that it's true. I recently read a book called Eager about beavers. It's a fascinating book. I think Graham has read it as well. And there's a fellow who wrote it has designed some kind of beaver dams that are less problematic for those who normally use the river channel. Now, I don't know whether that design, which I'm not familiar with, could accommodate both more beaver habitat and recreation. But I would be keen to know whether Liza or others have looked into that, and if not, taken a peek at that, at least superficially, to see if there's something out there where one could reestablish dams and not interfere with the recreation.
We've not looked at that specifically, but I do know that we're not really limited in terms of beaver habitat out there. So that's not the limiting factor for the beaver. are actually increasing in numbers and doing well. And I think it's more, how to put this? There's specific places where beavers like to build dams more than others.
So they're out in side channels somewhere?
And running water, they're attracted to that as a small area and the width of the channel and those kinds of things. So I'm not sure that that's the limiting factor.
Okay. When you say you're not sure, is that a nice way of saying it's not the limiting factor?
We have plenty of beaver habitat. Yeah.
She's a true scientist.
An ecologist's answer.
Howie, did you have a comment? You have to unmute yourself, Howie.
I'd like to circle back to this elk migration corridor discussion. I was on the part of the committee 20 plus years ago, which helped set up some of the guidelines for the North Star, James Smith North Star Preserve. And Tom Cardamon was on it as well. And I think one of the comments that was made frequently is that the elk moved across North Star from, in the winter, would go up on the sunny side of south-facing side of the Roaring Fork Valley, and then move in the summertime to the dark timber up on the base of Aspen Mountain, or that area which is called Walsh's and beyond. And I don't think there's any expectation at that point in time that we would just give up on the elk migration corridor experience. It sort of bothers me that we're just sort of being dismissive about that historical animal migration behavior. Why did it disappear? What's caused it? Can it be brought back? We as a county are very strong in support of migration corridors. And here's one of our properties in joint ownership of the city that has lost that migration experience or event. Liza did a good description of impacts on that area, but what really happened? Can it be returned? It's not to go back to a point in time, but just to resurrect or rehabilitate for the wildlife benefit their natural behavior of moving across the valley summer and winter. I think that's a deficiency in our just sort of casualness and not dealing with that with respect to our overall wildlife objectives that Lindsay talked about at the beginning. What can we do to make that a real accomplishment? It's a restoration event, just like we restore bighorn sheep, just like we restore other animals that have been threatened. Why couldn't that be part of our management plan?
So I think that may be an oversight in the way the management plan was written on my end particularly, because there's still evidence of them migrating across this area seasonally, and that may just not be reflected that well in this document.
Well, if that's the case, shouldn't we beef that up, if you will, elk it up, and try to give a before and after? I mean, some of the public's comments spoke specifically to it, referencing the sign that says elk migration corridor area. So I think if we don't do it, we're being a little bit of duplicitous in our approach about wildlife habitat management and impacts on habitat and on their behavior.
Yeah, I agree. Go ahead. I would say that the seasonal nature of the peak river use does not align with its peak migration use, and so that I think with our focus on the river recreation in this plan.
Are you saying that the recreation use impacts the wildlife migration?
I'm saying the opposite, that they do not align.
Okay.
That elk migrate earlier in the spring before peak river use, if you will,
Yeah.
and again afterwards. And so in terms of seasonal use, we have not seen an impact of the river recreation on elk migration at all. That's not that clear in this document, and it is still used for migration. It's still used frequently in the fall for mating activities, and so I think one of the things that we forget is how effective the closure of the majority of the property has been. And 77% is 188 acres. And we had no comments in the public that, nobody wanted more access to that. And I think that's a really big win that we all glossed over, in that was established. And I really think, both boards and the entire public for still sticking to that and staying behind that, because that really provides a lot of space for those activities.
Well, you talk about an oversight. Does that mean you want to go back and add a elk migration section so that it's?
I don't think there's an action item to add, but I think that we could explain better in the existing conditions that it is still being used, if that was not clear. And I can look at that again and make sure. I know it was mentioned in there, but maybe it wasn't clear that it is still being used that way.
Sure. Okay, thanks. I'll follow up.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we received a public comment about this topic, but I don't know if our biologists would maybe agree with the statements in that comment. But
Oh, you can let the biologist make the statement.
okay.
I do want to note we have about 35 minutes left, and we still need to leave time for public comment. So if there's not a burning, just let's double check if anyone really has another burning question on the wildlife management actions, wave at me enthusiastically. Otherwise, let's move on. Okay, Lindsay, go ahead.
All right, recreation management. We did reorganize this section a little bit just to start all the designated recreation corridors, and then move into the management actions, well, the rules, regs, the management actions for those corridors. So the section moved up the designated recreation locations, and for the most part, we just tweaked some language in here to clarify winter use in certain locations. The majority of that did not change. Again, we tweaked on the river access corridors about winter use. The spring in particular, we got a lot of questions about that. And then the previous plans, they were clear about not allowing corridors to impact the Nordic. So we kind of clarified that a little bit, that basically Southgate and the beach access corridors are, as well, they're Nordic trails. Pedestrian bridge access does not traverse Nordic trails. But something to keep in mind is the low flow closures, that in the future, when water hits certain levels, that could impact the access of that corridor. So those are the main things we tweaked in this section about describing the places where the public is allowed. Just for refresher, really quickly, we have summer access corridors different than winter access corridors. I already went through all of these. I think the one thing to note is that CDOT, in their review of the area around the takeout, has identified a designated pull-off parking area that we did not previously have in our plans, and it's all within their right-of-way. It meets their sight lines. They felt that it would be appropriate to have parking closer to the takeout. Also, we heard that loud and clear in the public comment. So we did reflect that CDOT designated parking pull-off on these recreational access areas. And that, again, is summer use. Winter use is the same as we are now, and as I previously went through. For the rules and regulations section, again, most of that is carrying forward from previous plans, clarifying things a little bit further, like no playing music audible to people or other wildlife. We've always had that as a rule. How we say that rule is open for discussion in previous plans, so we reworded it to hopefully make it more clear. Again, we clarified in this update about the beach and the Southgate in the winter use. We added that pull-off from CDOT in the parking layout. And then these last two action items are either new or tweaked again from what you guys saw previously. The current regulation at North Star and the beach is that you are not allowed to launch or take out watercraft. We, in the draft plan, had suggested, we said that you could, and we definitely heard public comment that they did not support that rule change. So we are carrying forward the current regulation that says no launching or taking out of the beach access, or at the beach access. The last bullet was an addition that came up in the public comment. It was one of those things that we have never seen, although if you quickly Google, it's very easy to retrofit your paddleboard with a tiny little motor. The staff just did not feel that was appropriate. So probably looking towards the future a bit, clarifying that no use of motorized watercraft at North Star. And it's just one of those things, user types are always evolving. The next action is about increased enforcement. And in general, our rangers policies are educate, then give a warning, then write a ticket. There were a couple rules at North Star that continue to be a problem. And we made 2 of them a zero tolerance policy. So the zero tolerances are for the audible music and then the dogs. And then we made the beaching of watercraft a written warning. So one step beyond just the education portion. So written warning first, then a ticket. We definitely heard comments from the public about wanting zero tolerance for everything or other increased enforcement elements. And so after discussion with staff and rangers, the rangers in particular feel that it's important for them to have the ability to assess the situation and have some flexibility. The bigger emphasis is us making sure that the corridors are signed with the rules and regulations so that they have something to refer to when working with the public on the rules and regulations at North Star. For voluntary closures, for the most part, we just tweaked it a little bit to clarify that commercial operators had mandatory closures in their permit. For the public, it can be voluntary, depending on location, Wildwood in particular, but that for a commercial operator, it is a mandatory closure per their permit. James H. Smith Trail and Heather Hopton Birdblind, that's just the way it was before, looking at pulling the trail back from the river's edge and locating the bird blind along that trail. Visitor use and parking management, probably most definitely the hottest topic in here. I think we heard loud and clear that people feel there are too many people on various locations at North Star. The thing that, maybe just to skip ahead one action item, the thing that is the most difficult for us right now is that looking at creating a permit system for the public on the river is currently not probably an option. That would require Wildwood, the Forest Service being open to discussing that. And frankly, it's a lower priority for them. They have, even just in the east of Aspen area, even in the Independence Pass area, they have bigger issues with much greater resource damage and way more people than what occurs at Wildwood. So that being said, they fully understand where we are and trying to manage our open space. And so the suggestion from them is that we start to move forward or look at the potential of a land exchange. Because frankly, without Wildwood and that discussion of permitting the public use of the river, it'd be really difficult for any behavioral change out there because you could quickly launch out Wildwood, flow past North Star and take out, and we're not probably going to see the shift in user that we want to see. So that being said, staff broke out the tools in the toolbox to try to address the different concerns around use and visitation and crowding, in particular on the highway corridor. We broke them out into near-term and ongoing actions, and then potential future actions, with the biggest focus being on, we want designated parking spots. We want people to park in those designated parking spots. That requires both infrastructure improvements. It also requires enforcement and regulations and education on our part of users on how they need to behave when they visit North Star. So those are the things that we can work on currently, and that has been our focus. So looking at what we have outlined for ongoing and near-term action items. Okay, so here we have the different bullets of the things we're already working on or we would like to work on in the near term. The first one is working with CDOT on the appropriate signage within the highway right-of-way. If there are no parking signs, then it makes it easier for the sheriff's department to enforce no parking. Even since we've began the conversation of the Strath Plan updates, the CDOT has been working on a design for signage around the takeout, and my understanding that's going in this week. But we very quickly realized that, back to the previous conversation about displacing problems elsewhere, it's just going to move the problem around the corridor around North Star. So CDOTs are open to the idea of looking at how we find the whole area for no parking without having to have a sign every, week. And so continuing to work with them on how to sign the highway right-of-way that empowers those who are enforcing to be able to write tickets. Along the lines of partnering with CDOT on a right-of-way, a lease for the right-of-way. As you guys will know, we got the boundary agreement with them figured out. So the next step is that lease agreement that would then empower our rangers to be able to write a ticket, enforce our rules and regulations within the highway right-of-way. That is part of that lease agreement. It would also then move forward working with CDOT on some of the design improvements for parking areas. But the biggest thing really is, as you guys will know, our ability to enforce within the highway right-of-way is difficult. And so that would help empower our rangers to be able to help with that. And then that last bullet under the infrastructure improvements is to test the shared bike or gear share wagons out along North Star, because that was definitely one of the public comments we heard, is that to facilitate people to park in the right location, we need to be able to facilitate them getting their gear to and from that parking, and then as well as their bike shuttling. Outreach, we in 2015 had created, we still have it, a website about North Star, how to visit North Star. That website needs to be updated. We need to be clear about how we expect users to visit North Star, and the proper way to visit North Star. So in general, improving our outreach about visiting North Star. Enforcement, continuing to fund the forest protection officers. As you guys recall, in 2015, Wildwood was the hot topic. We helped to start fund a forest protection officer in 2015. That has dramatically changed the use there for the better. And so continuing to fund the forest protection officers to help with Wildwood. Working to empower the open space rangers to be able to enforce the rules and regulations in the highway right-of-way on the North Star side of the highway. Our rangers do an excellent job on our assets and what we own. They do a great job on the gray areas, but it would be great to have them empowered for enforcement along the highway right-of-way out there. And then a strong partnership with the sheriff's office, because no matter what, there's going to be a displacement somewhere. And so where are those users now going to look to use? And that's usually, or it's going to be beyond what the open space rangers are empowered to enforce on. So just continuing that strong partnership with the sheriff's office. So then the potential future actions, looking at once we have some of these elements in place, we could then evaluate and implement paid parking, potentially during peak use times, or having a parking reservation system. Currently, that would be difficult, not only because of infrastructure, but also we would need to look at how that whole system could work. Evaluate, implement potential shuttle systems or other alternate transit systems. That was definitely a comment we heard a lot about from the public, is that if there were other ways to get there, they wouldn't be driving. And then evaluate or potentially implement the permitting of private boaters. Again, that's very dependent on working with Wildwood and the Forest Service on what happened at Wildwood. The rest of these elements are basically how we do those bullet points, the lease agreement, all these main enforcement partnerships, the outreach improvements, the parking area design improvements. In the draft plan, we had the schematics that we had worked on with CDOT in 2016. We actually pulled those out and made them more the goals for each parking area, because we still have work to do on that. There'll still be more public comment on that and discussion on that, and just felt premature to include those schematics. So I wouldn't say that a lot of this has substantially changed. It's just gone towards more goals instead of the visual The visuals are still in the plans, they're in the appendix, but again, they are conceptual and they will be revised and worked out with the public and CDOT. This graphic is updated again, recognizing the CDOT pullout, roughly 10 cars halfway between North Lot and Takeout. So then the last two action items within the recreation section. The first one is the Wildwood Land Exchange. Again, I'll say it one more time, that the Forest Service is not currently open to creating a permit system for private boaters to launch out Wildwood. For them to even put that more as a priority to them, we would need to document significant resource damage, and one points to the wonderful examples that they have implemented, which are great, but it takes them a decade to implement those with a ton of public outreach and a ton of scientific documentation. And frankly, right now, like I said before, it's just not at the priority level that other places, even on the path, are for them and the damage they see in other areas. So we are suggesting that staff begin to work with the forest on a land exchange, recognizing this will take time, but that in the end, it would be better for the management of North Star to have the Wildwood launch area and the majority of the open space, are what we think of as North Star, under one management system, for the seamless rules and regulations and everything. And that even if in the future, for whatever reason, we would not implement a permitted system for private boaters on the river, it's still going to be better land use management to have them managed together as a unit. And then the last action item, restroom facility at Wildwood. That is a comment, really it came from staff originally, because we have staff stationed in the area and there's no bathroom out there. And as you guys well know, we have concerns about placing restrooms along the highway corridor for a variety of reasons. And so Wildwood seems like an opportunity to set it back from the highway, to place it where a lot of users are, and the Forest Service is open to working with us on that. So the idea being that it would be a similar structure to what we see along our trails or at trailheads elsewhere, and seasonally have a porta potty there for the public and for staff at Wildwood. You guys want to?
So let me just.
Or you want me to finish?
Lindsay, let me jump in here because we are very quickly running out of time, and BOCC does not have a lot of time to spare this afternoon. So I will note BOCC will have 2 more bites at this apple, because we will have a first reading and a second reading on this plan when it comes to us. So I'm going to just, but OST needs to take public comment and have their discussion and vote on their recommendation to us in the next 20 minutes. So I'm going to ask the BOCC board if we can hold our questions and comments for when it comes back to us later this month, so that the OST board can, have their discussion and take their vote. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Amy to talk about these recreation management actions and lead your board through that question and comment.
Thanks, Kelly. I think, Lindsay, if you can just go quickly through that, and then we can take public comment, because this is public comment, for our board to receive that would be helpful.
Okay, so finish the last bits of the presentation.
Yeah.
So for education outreach management, the most of this is just minor tweaks here and there based upon public comments we received. Then the partnership management actions are really pulling out and reiterating all the different elements in this plan that rely upon our strong partnerships with other groups and nonprofits. We did add City of Aspen in there. We received comments from them both on the transit and then the education outreach, and then Nordic. So we made sure to add them in there as a partner. Commercial did not change. As you guys recall, that is very reliant upon our yearly commercial operating permits. So there are general guidelines in here for North Star, but the nitty-gritty details really happen in a yearly process. And the maintenance action items, again, most of that was already in there. We did add the action item to review the potential for Nordic equipment storage. That was a request from the Nordic from the city. We need to meet with them and CDOT and AFLT and get on site and understand what they need and if we can accommodate it within all these jurisdictional boundaries. And so I think that is really, that's the meat of it. So
Kelly or Amy?
Yeah.
I would just follow up on Kelly's suggestion and perhaps just go with public comment now, and then open space and trails can have to sort of deal with their recommendations and discussion with us, present to us at another time, because we are going to run out of time.
Yeah, I think that's probably a good suggestion. I mean, this is a public comment, and we need to take public comment, and then perhaps our board can discuss.
And Amy, we can help you with that. We can see who has called in from here in the room. So I'm happy to
Great.
help you navigate. And are you ready to take public comment now?
Yes, I think so. Yeah, that would be great.
Okay, I can see that we've had, looks like JJ Nyberg. Have you called in to give public comment on the North Star Management Plan? We're going to help unmute you, I think. The very top, allow to talk. Okay, JJ, can you?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Yes.
Excellent. Yeah, thanks everyone. This is Justin Nyberg with Holland and Hard. We represent Ed and Sasha Bath, who are homeowners up on the preserve. And we've been following the the staff's work very closely on this, and really want to compliment Lindsay and the team for all the work that's gone into this, and the significant efforts they've made at public outreach to address a lot of the concerns that have been brought up by the public. I also want to thank Kelly and Greg for the comments with respect to creating a quiet zone over this whole area. We wanted to say we wholeheartedly support that concept, to the extent it can be enforced. I wanted to bring up two kind of lingering concerns I think we have with the plan that seem to be under-addressed. The plan's made great strides in terms of its improvements to the parking safety at the curve, but from our perspective, we still see a failure to sort of address the serious kind of overcrowding and the party culture that exists on the river. We've seen an overwhelming number of comments that there are just too many people on the river, too much partying. We hear that the staff, heard this loud and clear, but we're not seeing in the plan the sort of commitment to reducing the numbers of paddlers on the river and the alcohol use and party culture. So 4 kind of specific solutions we'd like to see in the draft that's presented to the board. One would be a commitment to reduce the total number of parking spaces to be a certain ratio less than the total number of illegal spaces that are out there right now. If you count the number of current illegal spaces, legal and illegal parking spaces that are currently out there, you'll see there's 91 spots in a maximum scenario. The current number of permitted spaces that would be created under the new plan would be 92. So the parking plan could basically just formalize the current overcrowding issues at the preserve. And we'd like to see something like a commitment that the total number of parking spaces would be 50 or 75% of that current number of 91. We'd also like to see a zero tolerance enforcement policy with respect to alcohol as a direct way to address the issues of the party culture. It's just frankly hard to carry a beer and paddle on the river, and a lot of those beer cans end up in the river, and it creates a disrespectful culture on the river. And on the permit program, our last point is that we recognize the difficulty of pursuing a permit program now with the U.S. Forest Service. However, in the interim, it seems possible to create an OST permit program based not on the Wildwood put-in permit, but on a landing permit at any of the OST landing zones. It seems that you can bypass the Forest Service and commit to a permit program of some kind by only permitting landing at certain places. All the property downstream of North Star is private, and you'd have very few people trying to use it for a takeout. So with those comments, again, I want to compliment the staff's, significant efforts in addressing the safety and some of the other concerns. And we'd like to see a little bit more of a formal commitment, a statement in the master plan committing to a permit program, be it a put-in permit program at the Forest Service or a landing permit program on OST lands. And thanks for the chance to comment.
Great. Thank you. Kelly, do we have anybody else out there?
It looks like Irving Don has called in to comment. Let's see, I think we're... Can you hear us? Can you go ahead and say your name and give your public comment on the North Star Management Plan?
Does he need to unmute?
Hello, this is Irv Don.
Great, we can hear you.
Yes, I actually just sent in a note to Greg and Howie. What I was really trying to comment on is I think that we shouldn't give up on trying to reinstate the elk migration patterns through the North Star area. I think that I believe that the real cause is due to the increasing noise levels and the greater number of peoples in the area. I find it hard to believe that it's strictly due to a change in water management resources or the housing, which is on the opposite side of the preserve or not exactly in the preserve. I don't think we should give up on such a precious resource and the ability to see elk in our area, which is, a beautiful thing that has been experienced in the past. So, that's really all I'm trying to add. I'd like to see us try to be proactive in trying to bring back the elk to our area. And I did hear the comment where you mentioned that it's not their exclusive area, but it's still an important area. And if we don't do something about it, it's going to be gone forever. So that's what I'm trying to contribute right now.
Great. Thanks for your comment, Irving.
Thank you.
And Amy, I don't see anyone else that has called in to comment on this plan.
Okay. Great. Well, I guess if anybody else does call in, you can let us know. But I guess at this point, maybe what we'll do is have our board comments. Not sure that we can have our comments and have that wrapped up in 10 minutes when you guys need to leave. And I don't know what our board's time frame is for potentially going beyond, our 1:30 meeting time frame and how that kind of impacts things.
Amy, we could set up a Zoom to make sure that you guys could do that if you guys are available. Depends on how long do you think it'll take. So, we got a lot of your comments on the wildlife piece, and we just haven't gotten them on the recreation piece. And so there are certain things we can easily amend the plan with, like a full quiet zone and just clarifying the migration pattern for the elk and stuff like that, because you're not going to solve it, but whatever we are doing for wildlife management is going to be beneficial to the elk migration piece. And so we got that piece, but to give you guys time on the recreation, I just want to make sure that we could set up another Zoom to get you guys on it. If you guys want to do that, if you guys have another 30 minutes after this, I think we could potentially have it wrapped up.
Yeah, I guess personally, I'd like to see us kind of wrap it up and see if we can just get it, onto the BOCC and keep moving down the path. We have all seen this plan since February, so there aren't too many major tweaks, I would say, that I don't feel that are super concerning, but we certainly need to discuss it and keep it going.
Can I just make a quick,
Graham, we can't hear you. Graham, do you want to make a comment?
Yeah, I would suggest we do go an extra half hour if we can set that up so that we can get this completed.
Yeah,
Can other board members do that?
I can do that. I just can't go beyond that. Howie got the thumbs up. Michael, you're okay with that? And Wayne, I'm not sure I can see you.
I'm good with that.
Okay, awesome, great.
We'll go to 2 o'clock because that's a hard stop for me.
Yeah, me too. So do
Patty
we
has
want to
a,
discuss for just the 7 minutes while we still have the board, or should we set up a separate call?
let me
Go
check.
to 2 and see what happens.
Let me check in with my board real quick. Patty, go ahead.
I just have a real quick comment for the public. I just want the public to know, anybody who's watching or has already commented, the Board of County Commissioners will have our second reading, and our public comment is currently now set for Wednesday, June 24th. That's our regular meeting date, and we will be hearing public comment about the North Star Management Plan on that date. It'll be our second read, just so the public knows of that. Thank you.
Thanks, Patty. And I'm going to suggest, because I think OST has to jump off of this Zoom that our board will continue to use. So perhaps you guys will need a minute to like get your Zoom link and get back on. So I'm going to suggest that we end now. You guys are going to pick up the conversation on the recreation management and other actions that are recommended in the plan to solidify your recommendation to us. The BOCC will continue on with our work session agenda for the afternoon, and we'll look forward to your recommendation in our packet for first reading next Wednesday.
Great,
Sound
I think
good?
that's
Okay.
a good suggestion,
Thanks,
Kelly.
guys.
Well, it was lovely to spend time with you all today, and we thanks for all of your hard work, and staff, thanks for all of your hard work on the North Star Management Plan. It is a treasure, and there's so much information that is just truly enlightening and enjoyable to digest there. So we will, hear from you guys next week. And BOCC, I would say let's just take a quick 5-minute break before we start up again at 1:30 with our staff and community presentations.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, open space.
Yeah, thanks, everybody.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to Picken County Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, June 2nd. Before we start into our staff and community presentations, we are going to welcome Sheriff Joe DeSalvo, who would like to make a statement to the public with regards to the death of George Floyd and the protests that we're seeing around the country today. Hi, Joe. Welcome. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well.
Well, Kelly, thank you. Thanks for having me. This might be hard for me to get through, so just bear with me. I'd like to start by reading a letter that was composed by Richard Pryor on behalf of myself, Chief Greg Knott, Chief Brian Olson, and Richard himself. It's a letter to our community that I'll start with that. And then, if you'll allow me, I'll give you my own comments. And then I'll be happy to entertain any questions or hear your own comments about this issue. I'd like to read the letter first. We would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the hurt, anger, and trauma and injustice we've all seen over the last week. This is a devastating time for the family of George Floyd. The behavior of the officers was criminal, unconscionable, and understandingly causing disbelief, outrage, and despair. And at times like these, it's a struggle to find the right words. As police agencies, we need to listen, hear, acknowledge, and change where needed. As a society, we need to reflect and act on inequity and create change in the criminal justice system. We will continue our commitment to set an example in treating everyone who lives and works here, as well as those who visit our community, with respect, blind to color of their skin. We are grateful that we have officers of the highest caliber, women and men who love and appreciate the values of our communities, and who understand that empathy and compassion are the cores of today's policing. We know that we are not perfect, and we could never cease in our efforts to gain your trust. When we make errors, we must own them. This is what builds community trust with our local police departments and maintains us as legitimate community partners. Now is it time to ask ourselves, both as individuals and institutions, how can we act and create positive change and help bring real equality to all? We're here for you to answer your questions and to serve you. Now, if you'll permit the sheriff's 2 cents. In the last 300 years, we have not progressed at all on the issue of race and hate. Our country had a brief hiatus from hate in 2008 to 2016. I realize now that during that time, we didn't change a thing. We just drove it underground. It was always there waiting for the right person to resuscitate it. Racism is back. In the 1920s and 30s, racism occurred in the form of late-night raids and murder at the hands of Klansmen. In 2020, things have digressed from the 20s and 30s. Hate and racism is no longer done under a Klansman hood or darkness. Lynchings now occur in broad daylight and broadcast live on network television. These are not Klansmen, but rogue racist murderers wearing police uniforms. The killing of innocent black men and women would still be virtually unnoticed if not for the simple invention of a cell phone camera. Who knew this device would play such an important role in race and relations? Imagine all the George Floyds, Eric Gardners, that were murdered at the hands of police that we don't know about. And the police covered up those actions to protect their own. Peaceful protests are acceptable. However, when a black New York State senator is peacefully protesting in Brooklyn and is pepper sprayed and handcuffed just for being there is absolutely unacceptable. And it's unacceptable for our leadership not to speak out against it. It's unacceptable for our leaders to use military force and tear gas for photo op. There are so many issues with policing in 2020. Problems still are just problems without solutions. There is no testing system to detect racism or hate. I wish there was. However, any officer with 18 use of force complaints should never be allowed to wear a uniform. Perhaps a universal database of officers' histories and use of force should be available to potential employers. National standards for hiring should be explored. Better, more comprehensive psychological testing is needed. These are a few raw ideas I thought of in a time of fear and confusion, and obviously not well vetted, but based on my emotions. I will proudly stand with peaceful protests to change police culture. I will not tolerate police violence or excessive force. I'm sad for my profession, my country, but most of all, I'm sad for the despicable behavior of policed and racist citizens who hurt and kill because of a thin layer of skin that is a different color. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. It was really important to have you with us today. And because this is so important, I want to give our board either the opportunity to respond or to ask any questions of you. Greg, go ahead, please.
Thank you, and thanks Joey and Richard and the other police departments that have joined you with that letter. I just wanted to say that I would happily and be grateful if I could sign any document as an elected, and I invite everyone else to. If you're going to be presenting a document or preparing a statement from these police officers, I think it'd be great if electeds could join you. I like everyone else, we have these terrible feelings coming from what's happening and wondering what we can do in our isolated communities. If we could join you, add our voices to it, I think that might be good. So I just want to know I stand with you and will stand with you when the opportunity arises. And I did want to say that, we are indeed incredibly lucky in our community. And that since the 1970s, we've had progressive police and sheriff departments who've intentionally avoided using the tools of aggression. You never see the Aspen Police Department or the Aspen Sheriff's Department trying to acquire military hardware, for instance. And instead, the focus has been on conflict resolution and restorative justice and fairly modern, progressive, and if I dare say enlightened means of being the guardians of public safety rather than the enforcers. So my hat's off to you and to the sheriff before you and Dick Keenest before Bob and all the other enlightened officials we've had in our community. And I just want to make sure people understand, I think you've demonstrated that we can do this here. Thanks, Joey.
Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Steve, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Joey, for your comments. In looking at the news reports around the country, I am very proud of the vast majority of the protesters that I see. The protests have largely been very peaceful. People walking, carrying signs, maintaining social distance between them, and not doing the arson and violence against property and violence against, trying to incite the police who are there into overreacting to them. And I've also seen lots of instances of police who are in full accord with what the protesters are saying. For instance, the Atlanta Police Department all getting down on one knee in unison with all of the protesters. I think the vast majority of the police officers in our country agree with what you have said. And unfortunately, there are bad apples in the community taking advantage of the situation to try to spark violence or, commit damage against properties or commit looting or all the number of things that we've seen across the country. I have not heard if we had any incidents like that of somebody doing inappropriate things in our community, but I would hope that if anything does happen, that you would let us know about it. We might not hear about it necessarily in the news. And I think we are all, as a Board of Commissioners, fully supportive of you and the efforts of your department and the Aspen Police Department. We have a great community here, and I'm really proud of our police and sheriff's offices here and the actions that you have taken over the years to make it really a humane and it's the way we want our police departments to be across the whole country. So thank you, Joey.
Thank you, Steve. And if I could just add to that, I have a memory of, I would guess, 20 plus years ago when the World Bank and the Washington State protesters turned violent. And they came to Aspen to protest, I think it was the Ideas Fest. And they were known as quite the violent group. I think in our, as Greg said, enlightened form of law enforcement, Sheriff Broaddus and I brought those organizers into our office and said, what's your message? What can we do to help deliver it in a peaceful way? And we will get you exposed, but we do not want violence. And I guess that's my back of the napkin idea in case we do have large-scale protests out in Pickens County. I think I would invite the organizers in and separate the bad apples from the good apples and let the good apples spread the message and isolate the bad. I've seen it work before. I know we're a small community. We're not Manhattan or Washington, but that's worked for us in the past, and that seems to be a strategy that I would at least choose to begin to employ.
Thanks, George. Go ahead, George.
Yeah, thanks, Joey, for your comments and your colleagues. As you said, this issue in terms of racism or ethnicity or religious freedom has not gone away. It's just gone underground. And it seems a long time ago, but relatively not long ago, that we had a similar situation with Rodney King, 1991. We went through the same discussion. We haven't, as a society, we haven't really learned much or gone very far. But to everyone's earlier point, when I came here, I was able to meet with Dick Keenest. And I think he really set the stage in terms of how our community looked at not policing, but being peace officers for our community. And he set the stage as it went forward to today with you, Joey, and your colleagues, Rich. You know, some of the things that we've implemented here that you've been a strong leader in, Joey, has started back a few years ago with our proclamation with our immigration status, that we were not going to work with ICE, we were not going to turn over people just because they wanted to know people's names. You went further on just a year or two ago, one of the few sheriffs in the state that supported the red flag policy that some sheriffs in the state still don't want to follow. So I think we can be proud of our peace officers here in Pickens County as leaders in all that you do to help serve and protect all the citizens who live here and who come. So thank you. Thank Rich and the rest of your colleagues for your service.
Thanks, George.
Thank you, George.
And Patty.
I believe you're right. Enlightenment is our buzzword, I think.
Patty Clapper.
So Joey, kind of on the same but a little bit different note, for me it's so hard because just yesterday it seems like, or a couple of days ago, we were honoring and thanking and praising our local law enforcement for stepping up during COVID. We were really recognizing them for going above and beyond to help protect this country, especially our local community, against this virus, this pandemic that was hitting anybody, regardless of race or religion. So I want to thank you and thank all law enforcement in this community for a job well done on that, and for a job well done in any circumstances in our valley. Our law enforcement show empathy, they show compassion, they are brave, and they are honorable. And I want to thank you and thank everyone who serves in that capacity within our community that makes us so proud. So Joey, thanks for coming forward today and bringing this discussion from the Board of County Commissioners to our public. So thank you.
Thank you.
You know, I'll just say, Black men are their mother's sons, and Black women are their father's daughters, and their lives matter. And they deserve to be seen as members of families, as members of communities, and we shouldn't have to qualify styles of policing as community policing. I'm proud of our community. We do an incredible job. Joe, you do an incredible job, as do your co-partners. But this should be the norm. People should be regarded as humans, as people who are loved and who love others, and not assumed that their intentions are always bad from the start. And I don't know how we wipe this scourge from our community, but I will start with myself and my family and do our best there first. I ask our community, love your neighbor, whether they look different from you, or think different from you, or talk different from you, or vote different from you, or pray different from you, or love different from you. Please love your neighbor. We are all a community together. And I thank you, Joe, for all of your hard work and your bravery, and for you and all of your staff, and for coming before the community today.
Shelley, if I could, Kelly, I'm sorry, if I could make one more comment. I asked somebody who I admire, who's brighter than I am, what would Dr. King or Mandela do right now? And I think the answer was activate youth in a peaceful way. And I would ask high school graduates, college graduates, younger people to find peaceful ways to get the attention and change the culture. It is in your hands. Most of us are on the back nine of our careers. We could always make an influence, but I think the key to this is in youth and the future. So I hope I could inspire them to do what most of us did in the past, stand up for what's wrong, find a peaceful way to solve it. It could be hard with a rudderless leadership right now on a national level. I just hope somebody emerges that looks like Dr. King.
I know we'll all try to do our part locally. Please send all of our best to the Sheriff's Department. And with that, we're going to make a difficult tack and turn towards our regular agenda here.
Thanks, Joey.
And I'll excuse myself. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Let's think happy thoughts.
Okay. Thanks, staff, for hanging on the line. We're going to go to our first discussion regarding the growth management vision statement with Cindy Hubin, Ellen Sassano, and Zach Hendricks. And I think I see everybody here. So, Cindy, do you want to kick us off?
Sure. Well, thank you for that. And with that, I think it shows how much we take pride in our community. And part of that is how we deal with our land use and how we deal with our issues and how all that works for us as a community. So, Zach, I don't know if you can put up on the screen, we have, I think, 4, maybe 5 statements. Thank you. 4. That we are asking the board, and I know this is such a hard thing to do in a time period like this. I think we had 20 minutes set aside to ask you to please come up with something that can guide us as we go through our community effort of looking at growth management and revising the whole growth management system that we have today. So wondering if any of these that we sent out in the packet resonated with the board, and we tried to include what we heard in your board's retreat about equity and what we were just talking about resiliency in terms of not only climate action, but resiliency living in the mountain community, and climate action, which is really a priority of our board as we move forward. I think it's, I just want to say 2 sentences really quickly about just our community and where we are today with our infrastructure and the needs that we have. Just this weekend, a house fire out in Old Snowmass really opened my eyes to the fact that we had very little water reserves out in that part of our neighborhood to handle one house fire, and that makes us think about what we're looking at as far as our resources go and our natural resources go and taking care of our community. So I think that because my understanding is a lot of that community in Little Elk Creek is now left without water or very little water given the drawdown of their resources. So I think it's important for us to think about all of these issues together, and I'm really looking forward to spending time with the over 65 people who have signed up already to be a part of our public outreach process. And so we're excited to get started, but we need a vision statement from the board to help us walk down that path. So we've offered these, Kelly, how you'd like to handle that.
Sure. So I'll go to commissioners at home first, and then we'll discuss in the room. I will just say, I think something that will be helpful to hear is I see these vision statements, some of them are framed as related to the process and some of them are framed as related to the outcome. And so maybe the board can kind of weigh in on what they think about that as well. And I'll go to George first because I saw your hand up first. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Kelly, for setting the stage for that, because I agree. Some of these, I think any of them could be used to if it suits your purpose in terms of helping the group focus on the goal. So I don't really have any problem with any in terms of as long as it meets your needs. But when I think about, again, a vision statement, it's something that's forward thinking, it's something that one strives for, not necessarily may or may not be able to reach, but it's shooting for the stars, right? And for full disclosure, I edited and created number 1. So I obviously like number 1 because I think it is forward thinking, and it's short and succinct. 2, 3, and 4, they're more goals, or actually the more tactics versus the vision is how I would view those. And you could also have sort of a sub statement under the vision and utilize one of these other statements in terms of how you're going to go about the process. So that would be my comments.
Okay, I'll look, Steve, go ahead.
So I liked a combination of number 3 and number 4. Both of them, I liked the first phrase that says revise the growth management system and the land use code. That gives the task in front of the committee looking at doing this work. Then I combined our aspirational things, and the way I wrote it, and it's combining 3 and 4 of the wording from both of them. So I'll read my whole thing. Revise the growth management system and the land use code to help us achieve our goals to create equity and sustainability, meet our climate action objectives, and improve regional quality of life. So to me, that gives us an action thing, what we're going to do, revise the GMQS system, and it gives us the aspiration of the various things that different commissioners brought forward, all in one statement. It's a little tiny bit longer, but I think it encompasses everything we were talking about.
Okay, thanks, Steve. Greg, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Steve. I appreciate that, and I'm going to have you repeat it to us or email it to me so I can read it again in detail. I was just to round things out. I was leaning toward number 2, just so everyone, we can be widely spread across the spectrum. Not having even heard from Patty. I know. Yeah, well, that would be 5. The thing that concerns me is that if we're vague enough, these things can mean anything. Are we building a great city? Are we trying to maintain rural character? Do we like the small town feel? I want to make sure that I'm not signing on to a vision statement that keeps it wide open for interpretation, and we have people thinking, hey, we need to do a 10x number of people here, and more economic activity is better, as it says in our vision statement. I'm being perhaps a little facetious here, but I want to be really careful with what is the goal and what is it we're trying to maintain. I'm not really a bigger is better person, and I'm thinking that I'd like to see something in there that does talk. We have a growth management system, but that doesn't mean we're managing it to maintain a small. It's implied that we're trying to maintain a small growth rate, but the vision statement doesn't say that actually. So I'd like us to be a little more specific. What is it we're looking for? I don't want to build the great city on the hill. I want to keep rural and a small town feel at all if I possibly can. So I'd like to insert that somehow. But I liked what Steve said in general. I just want to be a bit more specific.
Okay, Patty?
So I'm creating number 5, just to make it interesting.
Number 6, I think
I'm just
Steve
kidding.
got
I'm
number
just kidding.
5.
I saw Ellen go, oh my God. I would take 2 and put utilize growth management and the land use code to achieve our, land use code to create an equitable, sustainable, and resilient quality of life and economy, and to meet our climate action objectives for the future. I just have a hard time just saying we're going to do this to accomplish our climate action plan, because
Sure.
I don't think we're really doing it just solely related to our climate action plan. I think we're doing it for a lot of other issues, but climate action is part of that. And so I think Steve's use of climate action objectives is a perfect way, without saying climate action plan, because I don't want the community coming back saying, now all of a sudden you're relating all of this to achieving your climate action plan, when we thought it was about growth management and land use codes. So I think taking 2, just retooling the words into makes it sound just right for me. Greg is right about the specificity, but then how do you list all the things specifically without missing something, unless you incorporate it into a broader term, which I think number 2 does.
Okay.
Now it's Kelly's turn.
Yeah, now it's my turn. So these are my thoughts on this, that okay, as I mentioned in opening this, that 2 of these talk about what do we want the outcome of this whole endeavor to address. And 2 of these look at what do we want the process to address. Now, my preference is to start with a statement about what the outcome for the whole endeavor, what the vision is for the whole endeavor, and use that as a starting place for the public working group to, say this is the vision that the BOCC has handed us. Do we need to sort of gel this a little better or revise this a little better? Do we affirm it? As the public, do we affirm what the BOCC's vision is for, what our community should look like in the future? So that's what I offer as the purpose of this vision statement. And therefore, I gravitate towards 1 or 2. I think climate action is a tool, just along with the land use code and growth management, to build the community that we want, or to retain the community that we want, to embrace it for the future. And so I'm leaning towards, I guess, phrase number 2, and I'm happy to accept the inputs that Steve and Patty have offered. But again, I think it's just a starting place for that public committee to look at and say, yes, we affirm that this is an agreed vision that the public shares with us. And so I wonder if maybe that's just something we can get consensus on about the purpose of this vision statement. And so I guess I'll just offer that for the board's input. Steve?
So I typed out my sentence on the chat room so everybody could look at it. Several of you liked more of the wording at the beginning of 1 and 2, and we could actually use that wording instead of the revised growth management system. Could say utilize the growth management system. So I'd suggest maybe staff members take our comments and do a little bit more wordsmithing and bring back a final proposal to us.
Other input, Greg? You're muted. I know I asked you to mute. Now
Okay,
unmute.
there we go. I had to turn off the chat in order to get the mute. Now I can't see what Steve wrote again. I liked it. Sorry, I think that I liked incorporating the climate action plan along with the other things. He said improve the quality of life. I think that's the last thing. Steve, you could read it to me because I don't have it in front of me now because I'm on the screen. He said something about improving the quality of life.
I can read it.
Your last sentence is?
Regional quality of life.
Right, okay. I just want to make sure we're specific when we say something like that. Some people think that means more bowling alleys or, more asphalt, more parking lots. It's kind of hard to be specific when you're trying to include everyone. But I think that's why we're here to do the heavy lifting with the vision, right? It's going to be tough to do this, but I want to be able to say, no, we're not trying to make everything available to everybody at any time they want it. We're not a big city. So do we impose any limits on what improving the quality of life means? This is what I'm wrestling with. I really want this vision statement to have some meaning for me and for everyone else. So I want to push a little harder to try to get there.
Mm-hmm. Patty, go ahead.
Yeah, I think by leaving in the parts of 2 where you say create an equitable, sustainable, and resilient quality of life and economy, I think that covers where you're talking about, just rather than saying improve regional quality of life. I think that makes the quality of life more specific. And then bring in to achieve the climate action objectives in the future. I did also, though, like Steve's use of regional quality of life, but, we're going to, like right now we'd love to think regionally, but right now we need to think locally, and then hopefully our good local thoughts will bleed over into the other communities, but regionally. But I think by keep putting in the equitable, sustainable, and resilient quality of life and economy covers more specifics the quality of life issue. So I would take 2 with a little word tweaks and bringing in the climate action objectives rather than specific to the climate action plan, and broaden 2 to cover everything. And I think that covers George's points 2 out of 1.
George, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm good with that. I'm good with Patty's suggestions, and I think because we have some key words in all of these. So, right, we've got growth management, we have land use code, we have climate action, we have equitable, we got resilience. So there's some key words in each of these phrases, and I think 2 can capture that with just a few little edits.
And I would just note that, there's some real values statements that are already embedded in our land use code that I think are going to be important to reaffirm. And, I think that, Cindy, as you guys put together this program, that, those grounded values are gonna carry over, and maybe that addresses some of what Greg is concerned about, that this statement doesn't capture everything, but some of the subtext of this statement does, rural character, etc. So again, I think that what you've heard could be a good starting place for the public to affirm. And if you need sort of more clarity from us about the values that we need to reaffirm, then bring that back to us early in that process.
Got it.
Does that make sense? Does that sound good? Okay.
I'm good with that.
Right. I can also just
Anything else?
for everyone to the policy section of the land use code, maybe include that in your package just as information sometime for you to take a look at.
Okay.
Okay, clear as mud? Got what you need?
Did you want me to take number 2 with all the suggestions? It sounds like people are coming together on that, and then we can do you want us to come back to you, or can we run with that in our publications?
Let me check in. George, go ahead. You're muted.
What did he say? Could we read his lips?
I saw a little bit of this. So.
I said, go forward, Sydney. Let's get this moving.
Yeah, go.
I don't need to see it again.
Yeah, Steve.
Just so that everybody, I don't know if everybody noticed, but Steve Child did make an attempt here on the chat side, I think, to revise number 2 to accommodate what everyone has suggested. I don't know if everyone can look at that, but if not, we can just take it forward and go with it.
Ellen, but one thing, please spell action with just 1 A.
Not the Swedish version.
Utilize.
Got you, Steve.
No, it's not. I wrote that very quickly without looking at it, and I didn't put it in the
Thank you. No, I think you captured what people were saying, so if it's all right with everyone, we'll run with that.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. We look forward to more progress on this. That's great.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, and we'll spell management right too.
Oh, I didn't notice that one. I just went right to action.
I know. And futilize. It's like, is that futility? Futilize. Okay. All right. Thanks for the laughs. Thanks for the work. And we will move on. Catch up some time, hopefully. So on to the AABC traffic study. I see GR Fielding and Brian Pettit have joined us. Nice to see you.
Hi, everybody. Good to see you. Yeah, I'm Brian Pettit. I'm the Public Works Director, and here with GR Fielding, the County Engineer. And we're going to take 20 minutes just to describe a request to the board to complete a traffic study around the Aspen Airport Business Center. And the purpose for it is really based on the development that we see coming down the road. And we've been seeing this for the last 15 years. So in 2005, we started to complete an access control plan, which is basically what it sounds like. It's to control access to State Highway 82. This was completed in 2012, and we need to do a little bit more definitive study, intensive study, in order to control and modify the access to Highway 82 for the most efficient and safe highway that we can have in this community. So GR is going to go through some of the nuts and bolts of what the access control plan did, what it didn't do, and what our new traffic study needs to do in order to fill in the gaps.
Thanks, Brian. Again, I'm GR Fielding, the county engineer. What the access control plan is an intergovernmental agreement between Pickens County, the city of Aspen, and the state of Colorado. And it determines where the access to and from State Highway 82 exists. And that is done to really try to avoid the boulevard effect so that you don't have constant curb cuts as you're getting closer to town. The proper management and the frequency, number, and location of access points on the corridor can lead to reduction in crashes because it reduces the conflicts. It reduces the delay that is experienced by motorists. It reduces the level of congestion on State Highway 82 and reduces the strain on the surrounding roads. And really, it set a path forward of what that section of State Highway 82 would look like. And so what the mapping of that looks like is hopefully what you're seeing on your screen right now. And
we are not seeing anything yet.
Nothing is up. Okay. Can you see?
Yes.
Can you see our
we need
presentation?
Yep, we can. Yep, there you go. Better.
Okay. There we go. So Baltic Avenue is the main entrance in and out of the ABC right now.
Shrink the next slide.
And at some point, it's anticipated that that type of entry and exit off of the highway is going to get a bit overwhelmed. Traffic that's going in and out of the airport, the ABC, and then also accessing some of these other accesses.
GR, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can I just ask, do you think you could make the map you're talking about a little bit bigger? We don't need to see the next slide.
Yeah,
preview.
GR, I think we're seeing the presenter's presentation that's on your computer versus the big screen, and it makes the map really small.
Oh, okay. Place settings.
There we go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Better?
Yes.
Awesome. So yeah, we've got Baltic, and then the Access 14 is the right in, right out. And so this is the mapping that was associated with the access control plan. One of the good examples that's happened already because of the access control plan is Access 16 was located right at where the Mountain Rescue Building is today. And if you've been in and out of the Mountain Rescue Building, you know that you go in through the same driveway as the lumberyard. Well, that wasn't always that way. That access was closed, Access 16, and that's an example of what the access control plan does. It says when a place redevelops, essentially, they have to take a look at the access permit. And so we've determined that through that process, and this was finished in early 2012, that the next intersection that was going to go onto State Highway 82 was in front of the lumberyard.
It's interesting to point out as well is that the access control plan has been signed by 3 jurisdictions and is basically law. It's something we have to follow, and if we don't, we have to redo it completely with new signatures and new public process. So what's been placed on the access control plan from 2012 is what has to happen in this area. The other thing that's illustrated here while GR shuffles is the exit ramp off of the airport. The slip ramp would be closed. It's caused problems for a long time with RAFTA and cars merging off the airport.
So one of the important things to know and why we're presenting today is what the access control plan is not. And it doesn't give you any of that if, when, of when infrastructure needs to happen. So there's no statement in the access control plan that says when, for an example, when the city of Aspen were to redevelop the lumber yard, then the light needed to go in. That statement's not there. And so one of the reasons that we would like to do a traffic study is to start determining, you know, some of these, what the triggers are going to be, how much it's going to cost, because Pickens County owns the access permit off of State Highway 82 for Baltic. So if and when Baltic Avenue were to start to fail because, say, some other development in the ABC were to overwhelm it or something of that nature, then we would be in conversations with the state over what the timing is of when the county is going to do upgrades to the intersections around the ABC and increase capacity. We don't have the costs that are associated with the improvements that are needed. We have not done any of the analysis on impacts to transit as this area develops, and if it may or may not overwhelm the existing transit infrastructure that's there. And if the board wanted to extract any additional fees, this would establish, you know, maybe a matrix or some way of looking at that with a little bit more data with how much those total costs might be in order to help build the infrastructure in the future.
So we do know some of the developments that are going to be occurring in the area, and these would be things like the CMC expansion, the lumberyard project that the city of Aspen is managing and is trying to figure out exactly what their density is going to be, the Aspen Fire Department's development that's been submitted, and the airport expansion. These all would influence these infrastructure needs. It would need to pay their fair share of the development that's required to support their development.
So I guess that was a little foreshadowing of what the study is going to be. And so we'll try to answer all those questions with a study by doing an operational assessment of the existing intersections, identify the triggers for the need of the new traffic signal. We'll look at those transit considerations. We'll perform a high-level cost estimate for a signalized intersection and what other resulting improvements will need to happen to help facilitate that. We'll take a look at those transit considerations and bring that type of study back to the board to have the conversation to say, this is what we're thinking for this area, because as you're, obviously when you're coming up Valley, this is the area where we start to see a lot of congestion, and it's pretty critical for the mobility in the Upper Valley. We anticipate that the study the initial part of the study will be probably between 45 and 50,000. On top of that, I think that we would probably have to present out, and with this type of study, I'm guessing that there would be some follow-up based on questions that the board would have on something like this. And so we would want to budget for about an additional 15,000. So we're looking at somewhere in the tune of 65,000. We're not necessarily asking for a budget supplemental for this. We can absorb that within the program this year. We have held on to several $100,000 under the current profile that we're in some of our capital maintenance projects that we're going to go forward. And so we can fit that into the budget still this year if the board wanted to move forward with this study.
Okay, I see some questions from the board. George, go ahead.
So, Brian?
Yeah.
I thought we received funding from the TPR for this study, for this area.
I don't think so. I'd have to check that, George. I don't recall the traffic study being funded through the TPR. But
well, I know that at our last TPR meeting, we received money that went to for Dave Pescinek and I thought it was for this area.
David was part of this coming to the board, and he never mentioned that, and I don't recall it. So, George, let me find out specifically if there's money been allocated by regionally, then we'd certainly take advantage of it. But I'm unaware of it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there was. I was at a meeting, so double check
Okay.
on that. I think we got money.
Okay.
This was for a different.
I'll check on that. That's great to know and great to hear. I will let you know.
Okay, Steve, go ahead, please.
So I'd be in favor of doing this study. There's a lot of moving parts there that things will be changing. One thing that I would like to see added to be considered would be from the service center road by RAPTA and the Public Works. If that connected to the road by CMC as a third, would be a way for people from CMC and maybe the North 40 to exit onto Highway 82, turning down Valley without having to go through the light at Baltic Avenue. So I can see the light at Baltic Avenue getting totally overwhelmed. That would in fact have 3 access points that would give some resiliency in case there was an accident at one and it closed an intersection, that there would still be 2 intersections where people could get in and out of the entire ABC area. Now, I don't know whether that extending that road down there then kicks it into a different category where we have to go back to everybody to have them sign off on it. But to me, it makes logical engineering sense from a traffic flow and public safety kind of considerations.
Thank you for the comment, Steve. It's already in our scope of work to go from service center up. I just didn't put it in the slide deck since we had a pretty short presentation window.
So, Steve, exactly what you said is in the access control plan to extend the frontage road and connect it to the service center with a right-in, right-out scenario.
Okay, Greg?
I think this is worth doing. It's necessary, so I'm in favor of pressing ahead with it.
Okay, thank you. Patty?
Yeah, so it's my understanding that the access plan we did back in 2005, where we spent so much time and energy, for some reason never got moved forward because it never got signed by all the entities involved. Is that correct?
No, it got resurrected sometime around 2009, Patty.
Okay.
And we ended up having it signed in very early 2012.
Okay, so signed. I was part of it until then, but not part of the signing on because I wasn't in office then. Yeah, I think there's many concerns there, especially with the proposed development at the ABC. I wish that we had the information prior to any of the applications coming forward to us, but we know we have one that's already on our agenda, and I think even the size of, 18 or so units may overwhelm or further add to the congestion at the Baltic Avenue ingress egress there at the signal. So I think we need to move forward on this and get the information hopefully sooner than later before any plans really ripen. You never know how long that'll take at the lumberyard and the neighboring storage area that the city purchased. So I think, yeah, definitely we need to move forward on this.
George, go ahead.
George is muted.
You're muted.
I thought you could read my lips by now. Brian, when we talk about development fees in terms of the partners have to participate, it seems like there may be, are we thinking that perhaps looking at Roundabout by Baltic as an option similar to what Eagle County did down by Willits, coming off of that secondary road?
Yeah, the access control plan says a signalized intersection, but again, we can change it. We just need to get agreement by the 3 entities to modify what that access control situation is. So it's not out of the picture. It just would take a little work to get it done.
Yeah, I would try to include that because if we keep on just adding traffic lights every every 200 yards, that's really not going to help our congestion at all. I mean, roundabouts are really the way to do that. And any opportunity we have to utilize roundabouts off highway, because we know we won't have any CDOT monies to do it on highway, unfortunately, where they are really needed. So I would try to include that as part of the study, at least, if it's possible.
We can do that, and we can see how flexible the current access control plan language is, and whether it would allow a roundabout or it has to be a signal. We can check that. I think we'd actually have to.
Patty has another comment?
Yeah, I want to just add to that. If we're looking at a roundabout at the Highway 82 intersection at Baltic, we need to really carefully look at the infrastructure costs there, because I know there's massive utilities that run through there, and the cost of doing that may be so way high that it may not be affordable. So that would be a particular concern for me at looking at that I'd like brought into the picture.
Okay.
And then I just have a question. Can you clarify what is the mechanism that, the, I guess, affected jurisdictions would have to participate in any fees or costs related to this?
So, Kelly, there's really two things to look at here. One is when developments come in to Pickens County, we do have impact fee that they are charged for some of them. But when you look at things like the DMC, that parcel has now been annexed into the city, so they wouldn't have to pay. But typically, when you have very specific pieces of infrastructure that may be needed, then you're looking at some sort of fee extraction. And so you have the typical impact fee that anyone that has built or rebuilt or added in any square footage in the ABC, say, is paid in. That has gone system-wide, that money, versus this extraction, which would be for a specific improvement like an intersection. And I don't know enough about it to be able to exactly say what that trigger is to be able to extract the fee with some of the quasi or governmental agencies that are applying right now. But we can discuss that with the when we would present out, say, what the potential for charging additional fees would be.
Okay, so the approach is still pay to play regardless who the developer is. Any additional impact would have to be accounted for.
Right, and to go back a little bit to what Patty had said earlier about, an applicant already being in, there is a decent sized application in for the AB2 right now, and if they were to pay their full impact fee, at least that would come in and it would help the system. And something of that size, it's a fairly significant fee. You're looking at probably around $100,000 there, based on some of the numbers that they have in their application.
Mm-hmm. And what is the timeline for having the data back?
Well, we're a little bit in a hard position because a big part of looking at the operational needs of intersections is getting counts and traffic counts. And right now our traffic counts are still pretty low, and I don't know when they're going to return. But that being said, we can use a decent amount of engineering judgment to help, look at past numbers on adjacent roads, which we do have, and help adjust those numbers to be more realistic for what today is. Mm-hmm. That's a big part of our operational look at those intersections, and I think that's doable. We were looking at potentially doing, some of the counts, July 4th, I think, is on the Saturday. And so we're looking at either the week before or the week after, because I'm guessing that the height of summer will be still around then, unless our profile changes later in the summer and people come back a little bit more in force. And if that's the case, we can pivot and pay for a couple counts again, or self-perform them if needed. But that kind of puts us into mid to late summer to get something back together.
Okay, that's still pretty quick. Okay, so let's check in with the board. It sounds like there could be money for this. You have money in the budget. We don't expect to see a need for a supplemental request. Do we have any other further questions, or just a thumbs up for GR and Brian to move forward on this? Yeah, I see support. Okay, great. We support you. Thanks for your time.
Thanks a lot. We'll look into that other money, George, and confirm that that's either there or not. So thank you for that.
Okay, we are, let's see, we're still a little behind. Can I suggest that we skip our scheduled break and then we take a little break before we convene our special meeting? Is that okay for the board? Okay. So we'll go to board open discussion. John Peacock's here in the room. Nice to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too. So actually, all of my items will be contained in our special meeting
You might
update.
wanna
So,
tilt your-
yeah.
We're
good
looking right
Lord.
up your
I
nose.
forget. Thank you for the camera angle advice, Kelly. But all my items are really contained for the special meeting, so I'll defer to the board.
Okay, let me check in with board members. I'll check in with board members at home first. Steve, go ahead, please.
I'd like to give just a really brief report on the water supply system situation at Little Elk Creek Village. They think they have located where the leak is in the pipe. In the meantime, they're able to kind of pressurize a lot of the system and get water to, I think virtually all of the houses in the subdivision have water at least for part of the day right now. They need to fix the break in the pipe because they can't fill up the 100,000 gallon storage tank that was drained during the fire at Polsky's house. So they don't really have their emergency backup supply available right now. But they do have water to most of the houses, and they have a pretty good team, it sounds like, of consultants and people working with them who know what they're doing. So that's reassuring. I think looking down the road, though, the fire hydrants by Polsky's house used the domestic water supply system for its water supply. They went through 100,000 gallons at about 1,000 gallons a minute is what the fire department was pumping onto that house. And I think in the long run, it would be worthwhile to look at the whole system. And I've offered to help work with the caucus and the HOA there to try to come up with a system that would separate the fire fighting water supply from the domestic water supply, so they'd have a little bit more backup in the future.
Great, thanks for that report, Steve. It is very concerning. Yeah. Any other open discussion from Greg or George? No, not today. Anything from
None
Patty?
me.
Okay, me as well.
Almost caught up.
Yeah. Now let's move on to future agendas. I'm gonna pull ours up here. All right, I'll go to Patty first since she always has something.
I have one thing, and I'm sure it'll be good news to everyone. I'm going to be out of town. Tentative dates are around the 9th. I'll send it on to Charlotte. The 9th of July to the 21st. It just depends on whether I have to drive to California or whether I can fly. I need to get out there to see my 95-year-old mother. So once I can fine tune it, but definitely during that time frame, I will not be here.
Okay, any other future agenda items from board members at home? Steve? You're muted? Okay.
So on page, I think it's on page 381, I'm trying to see what day that is. There's a reference to Emma Fields, and I'm not sure what Emma Fields is. I'm trying to find it here on which day it is, but it's a land use application. And does anyone know where the location of Emma Fields is? It's on Wednesday, July 8th. Land use item.
Yeah.
Steve, well, I'll probably need to check with our community development staff to know more about that application.
I also have a concern about that. It looks like spot zoning. So, just some clarification maybe from the attorneys on that.
And also it has an agricultural aspect to it. I think that's what caught my eye actually, to wondering what it is.
George, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's a barn structure up in Soapers Mountain Ranch, Steve. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. But I was going to mention that I had sent an email to Ely and to Cindy to follow up on our brief discussion a week ago or so regarding the hemp grow site. And Cindy said that she'll work up some ideas in terms of some zoning options and present that to us. So John P. may be looking at a future agenda item with Cindy on that.
Okay, is there any other future agenda items from the board? Hearing none, why don't we go ahead? We are pretty much caught up. I'm gonna say let's take a 8-minute break and reconvene at 2:45 for our special meeting.
Great, thanks,
Okay,
Kelly.
Grassroots will be back at 2:45.
Not to jinx it, I think we'll be
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, June 2nd. I will call a special meeting for the purposes of an emergency budget supplemental discussion. And I'll turn the floor over to our County Manager, John Peacock.
Thank you, Kelly. And so we set aside time today to follow up on discussions that we had on May 5th and May 26th regarding resource needs for implementation of our public health orders during the COVID-19 pandemic. And as we've had the conversations over these last few meetings, the board has asked a number of questions and asked for refinements, and today we've scheduled a special meeting for the board to consider adoption of an emergency resolution. I'm going to try and share my screen here. In just a second. I'm getting better at this, but I'm not fast yet. I'll try and make this a little larger for you. Okay.
Great.
Excellent. So, can everyone see this on their screen now?
Can you get a nod at home? Can you see it? Okay, good.
Okay, excellent. So, a lot of this we've been through before, so I'll try and go through quickly, but really what we're talking about are two strategies. The first and most significant in terms of the resource requests are the 4 actions that are required for our box it in strategy. And what the box it in strategy is really all about is trying to find the virus and isolate it so that we can reintroduce more activities in the community. And the 4 essential actions are testing widely. We've made a lot of progress with testing, and we have available testing for all symptomatic individuals right now. If there is a positive test, we need to be able to isolate that individual so that and provide the supports for that individual to stay in isolation so that they don't become a vector for the virus. We then need to be able to find everyone who's had a contact with that individual that puts them at risk of being infected with the virus, and have those contacts quarantine and self-isolate for 14 days, and if they develop symptoms, go into testing. All corners of the box it in strategy need to be robust in order for it to be effective. Any one of these that is not done effectively does not allow us to box the virus in. We went over this a little bit last time, but in terms of particularly on the contact tracing, how we went about determining capacity needs, because it's been probably 100 years since we've been through a pandemic of this scope and severity. We use this national plan to enable comprehensive COVID-19 case finding and contact tracing out of Johns Hopkins. They provided a number of different models everywhere from one contact tracer for every 1,000 in population. We used a little bit more moderate metric, which is 30 case investigators per 100,000 in population, which was recommended by the National Association of Local Public Health Officials. We also, for the contact tracing, see the need for subject matter expert, specifically epidemiologist. And then there is a lot of data that gets collected and tracked and also analyzed in terms of if there is to identify if we're experiencing an outbreak, what the nature of the outbreak is, and what those contacts may be. It's actually a tremendous amount of data that can end up getting managed. On the consumer protection side, what we're really looking at is we anticipate, as we've seen in the first 3 months of this incident now, that there will be ongoing modification of public health orders, responses to changes in the state public health orders, changes in the science. That will also lead, we're doing a lot of work right now on sector-specific guidance and answering a lot of questions. There's definitely a need for staff resources, particularly if you read the front of the Aspen Daily News today, for education, spot inspections, and compliance. And again, administrative support is a significant need here. Now, while we're presenting these as let me just go back actually, while we're presenting contact tracing and consumer protection as two distinct needs, staff will be able to fill both of those functions. So, for example, right now we have a low occurrence of new infections, and so there is not high demand for contact tracing, but there is high demand on the consumer protection side to be educating as activities are reintroduced and to be doing spot inspections and working on the compliance side. And if you think about it, we really have two populations, well, maybe three populations with COVID-19. Those who are not infected, those who are infected and asymptomatic, and then those who are infected and symptomatic. And so for our asymptomatic folks, they may not be getting the testing right now. They may not have a reason to do that. And our only protections with the asymptomatic population are really to emphasize our social distancing requirements, those 5 commitments, and adherence to all these sector-specific guidelines. Patty was just holding up her mask as an example, and we'll be talking about those. That is what our consumer protection folks and what that side of the equation is working on, whereas the contact tracing and testing really supports when we have those symptomatic folks, making sure they're isolated and such. Since some of these staffing requests are built around population, I know you guys have seen this now several times in several different venues, but just a reminder that our total population in Pickens County, while it's just under 18,000 according to the census, as a rural resort community, we have a large number of part-time residents. We seasonally have a large number of visitors, and of course those that commute into our community, and so our actual population ranges anywhere from 33 to 53,000. In terms of the population that Pickens County will continue to be responsible for, it really typically ranges from low season in the range of 27,000 to 44,000. We understand that, because of our reduced activities as a result of our public health orders, that our max populations are probably going to be lower, but we are hopeful that as we become more successful in identifying the virus and boxing it in, that we'll be able to reintroduce higher levels of activity. So we're targeting being able to surge capacity to a population of around 39 to 40,000. Less than what we're used to seeing, but certainly more robust than where we've been the past few months. In looking at that, staff had originally proposed 14 positions for case investigation and contact tracing. This number is now incorrect. Last time I spoke to you, we had trained 17. We've identified 5 additional county employees to build into that pool for surge capacity. And that's how we reduce the number to 8. This gives us a core capacity to do contact tracing up to a certain number of cases, and then we would rely on the surge capacity of these employees from other departments and in some cases other jurisdictions who have volunteered to make themselves available for surge capacity. However, the core capacity allows us to respond quickly, allows us to keep a core of folks available both for the case investigation and contact tracing, the analysis of the data, and when we don't have the contacts to support the consumer protection side, which will probably, especially as we reintroduce activities over the next few months, will be a fairly intense activity. We are looking right now at staffing these positions for an 18-month period, so funding them from June through the end of the year and then for a full calendar year. We are hopeful that we'll have a successful medical intervention before then, at least by then. And if not, that we'll have better intelligence on how we expect the pandemic to play out. Annual cost with equipment and such for this core contact trace consumer protection piece is $643,000, $953,000 for the 18 months. On the consumer protection side, we are seeing the need that we have some dedicated consumer protection staff if our contact tracing staff are absorbed in case investigation. To continue with both subject matter expertise on the public health orders and guidance, as well as continuing to do the spot inspections, education, and as necessary compliance out in the community. We have a staff complement of 4 requested here, including 2 consumer protection specialists, public health subject matter expert, and an administrative assistant really to help organize and field the calls. Our subject matter expert would take on the role that our business liaison is currently taking on, as well as supporting the public health orders and such. The total cost, one more thing, public health information support contract. This is inclusive of advertising and additional contracted resources to provide public information support. This has probably been the most difficult, and we believe will continue to be one of the most difficult aspects of responding to the pandemic is consistent and aggressive communications, and we feel like we need to continue to invest in that. The total annual cost, just over 1.1 million, 1.7 million, with both the consumer protection and the case investigation contact tracing. It breaks down into the request that's in front of you today of a 2020 supplemental appropriation of $593,080, and we had anticipated a 2021 appropriation of just over $1.1 million. A question that came up last time specifically, I think, Patty, you were asking this, is around office space. So where are these people? Are we going to need to rent or build? And we're fortunate in that the county has made significant investments in facilities, and we believe we've got existing space that can accommodate staff. The primary space that we're looking at right now is what we've renamed Health One, which is the 123 Emma Road, also known what we used to call the Stubbies Building. We have the Connect One space that we did not release out that we've made available for public health. We are also sharing that large conference room space with Mountain Family Health. We see this as the primary location that the staff would be meeting in as needed. We also have the Southside Basalt facility that was purchased for the telecommunications department and affordable housing. We actually have a number of touchdown spaces and offices in that building, as well as conference room space. Those are our primary go-tos for this staff. We anticipate that they will also, just like all of us, I think, over the next 18 months, we'll have a large work from home kind of contingent here, and particularly the case investigation and contact tracing can be done from home. The consumer protection is probably more out in the field. In terms of secondary spaces, if we need those, we still have the old ambulance facility that we have kept prepared in case we've needed it for function during the pandemic. We again would view that as a secondary space. It would need some additional networking equipment installed, and we're looking at what those costs are. And we also have meeting rooms in this building that we could dedicate on temporary basis for those staff if necessary in the Aspen area. So we don't anticipate the need for any additional rental space or definitely not building anything else for this purpose. In terms of what this looks like in the general fund, obviously we've got some real challenges because the public health orders, while they've been very, very successful at suppressing the spread of the virus in Pickens County, they've also come with unprecedented social and economic disruptions. We had some good news to end 2019, in that we ended with a positive budget variance of $3.8 million. We immediately designated 1.6 of that into operating reserves and Tabor reserves going forward. But I think the big challenge you see is some of the revenues like property tax abatements, sales tax, which is highly elastic to changes in our local economy. We're projecting just over $3 million in reduced revenues in our 5-year plan. The sales tax projections that are in here, by the way, you may recall we gave you 3 scenarios at the, gosh, I'm going to guess that was about 8 weeks ago now. This is our worst case scenario of those 3 scenarios. It's not the middle case or the most rosy. This was our worst case scenario. And we're tracking a little better than that, but we only have really 1 month under our belt so far in those reports. We are projecting that we're going to see some revenues coming in. CARES Act and federal distributions. This is based on the governor's executive order to distribute CARES Act funding to the 59 counties that did not receive a direct distribution. We have to opt in for that, so we're watching that. They have not put the application out there yet, but we are staying in close touch with DOLA for that. But they have reserved out on a per capita basis for counties a certain amount of money to be split for reimbursed costs for counties and municipalities. Pickens County's share of that is just over $1.5 million. You can see we've estimated over 2 years that we would draw down about $800,000 in reimbursements. And where we got there is how other communities have divided it up as a 55%, 45% distribution split between counties and municipalities, which would actually place ours at $833,000, but we tend to round down on the revenue side. Okay. We also are anticipating there are some additional funding sources, FEMA reimbursement. This is the Stafford Act dollars. You'll note in the memo that these reimbursements are well below the 75% for the additional costs, but that is recognizing that for the first time in our history, all 50 states have an approved disaster declaration at the same time, and it is unlikely that that 75% distribution will come forward, but we do think that there is going to be some level of FEMA reimbursement for costs, though probably much less than what we'd expect to see in a typical incident. And then there's been another pot of money, two pots of federal money created, and we'll talk about this in the health fund also. One is an emergency response pot that was created in the governor's executive order. I have that number in the memo. I think it was $205 million that went into that. A portion of that funding is designated to be distributed to local public health agencies and for emergency response. It is less clear, quite frankly, how those dollars will be distributed, and so we made estimates based on a per capita right now. Before I move on, so that's the general fund on the revenue side. So we still have net decreases of just under $3 million in revenues projected in our 5-year plan. On the expenditure side, we have the budget carry forwards, which you'll be seeing. We had the earlier approval of transfer to the Human Services Fund for the emergency cash assistance. And then we have the proposed transfer to the Public Health Fund. This is different than what we showed you last week. We decided to estimate that some of the federal revenues would flow in 2021 instead of 2020, just to be a little bit more conservative in the Public Health Fund. The net amount is the same between the 2 years. We have worked to identify expenditure savings in 2020 in the amount of $525,000. We have some facilities and capital costs coming back in 2021 that's anticipated with the 2021 savings. And then we'll be working to have really moderate expenditure savings in our 5-year plan. To be honest with you, when we get into budget, I think we can exceed these estimates. So you can see, though, that with the revenue decreases and the additional expenditures, our revised unassigned fund balance, which is that fund, whoops, sorry, I was trying to get rid of that. Our revised unassigned fund balance, is there any way to get rid, oh, there we go, I won't touch. Stays over $1 million, and that is over and above our Tabor fund balance, what we've identified as fund balances set aside for specific purposes or that are already committed, and most importantly, our assigned operating reserve of 16.7%, which is that minimum that the GFOA identifies as being a healthy fund balance for cash management and contingency purposes. So our actual fund balance in the general fund, we're projecting to end 2020 with just over $10 million. And in our 5-year plan, with these additional expenditures and reduced revenues, that would go down to 9 million. So really between the unassigned and the assigned operating reserves, these are the total dollars, the just under $6 million at the end of the 5-year plan that are solely at the board's discretion.
Can I just really ask a quick question?
Mhm.
Sure, Patty.
Why are all those numbers the same for all 5 years?
Right now,
Is that just the easiest way to calculate it, or are we planning on being that stable for the numbers to be exactly the same?
yeah, so right now, we're projecting that spending and revenues would be fairly flat. And so if that's the case, then your required TABOR reserve stays flat. These will change a little bit year to year.
I would think so, because
Yeah.
they usually change every year. So Alice and I went, well, that's the same. Wait, they're
Yeah.
all the same.
We could put an inflator in there,
Okay,
but
well,
that's
or a deflator.
or a deflator.
Okay, that's all. I just wanted to make
yep.
sure it wasn't just a.
No.
I just thought that was interesting. That
Again, if our budget goes down, the amount would go down.
yeah, or
So that's why we were
because generally when
kinda
you look at a
doing this.
5-year plan, those numbers are not the same.
correct.
That's
you're right.
why that's
Yeah.
a different kind of budget
But we
performa for me.
for what we didn't want to do is if we are having reduced appropriations to artificially inflate that unassigned fund balance. So this was a more conservative look given the profile we're in.
If those numbers all come out the same, I'm going to really
They
be
won't.
impressed.
Patty, you're absolutely right. They won't. We were trying to be more conservative though
Okay.
in estimating that unassigned fund balance.
Okay.
If that. So before I go to the health fund, is that any questions on the general fund?
Sure, let me check in with the board. George, go ahead.
So John, going back to that first slide, in terms of the cost for the over 18 months for the staff needs, the contact tracers, etc. Unless I did my math wrong, that adds up to about $1.5 million. And so then my question is, and we've got, and thank Kelly for all your follow-up with our representatives in terms of putting pressure on the governor to release monies to counties such as ours. So we're going to get about 1.5 million there. And so my question is, and I don't want to shortchange our municipalities at all, but why wouldn't we use perhaps a larger proportion of that to help offset all this additional staffing?
Yeah, George. So we have to submit a plan that is approved by both, and so we are having conversations with the municipalities who are definitely interested in us, the county, having a more robust consumer protection. When I say municipalities, I've talked to my peers. I don't think the councils or such have had this discussion at this point because we're still waiting for DOLA to release the application. And so, George, it is possible that we would draw down more. As we always do with budget, we try and be more conservative on the revenue side and a little bit more liberal on the expenditure side to give us a little bit of wiggle room. And that's why we typically end with positive budget variances. And so we did not want to overplay right now or overrepresent what that CARES Act revenue may be, but it may come in higher.
And you want me to just offer?
Well,
I don't think it'll come in lower.
Right, but regardless if it's higher or lower, my question is in terms of percentage that we're utilizing for the gearing up for all the staff needs versus the dollars we're allocating towards the municipalities.
Right. Well, and that was based on how the 5 counties who got the initial distribution of CARES Act funding, basically how they shared it. It was the one model out there. And we think that that is probably our baseline. And it may go up in conversations with our municipalities. But I would note for the board that unlike other communities, our municipalities have really stepped up with spending around COVID. You know, Snowmass and Aspen have supported our emergency cash assistance programs in significant ways, and they've really been supporting our response and such with staff. And so they've taken on a lot of additional expenditures also.
Can I just offer maybe a point of clarification is that the expectation from the governor and the JBC is that some of the county allocation will be shared with the municipalities, and the DOLA guidance requires that the county and the municipalities agree to that allocation plan in order for us to draw down the money. And if municipality, I don't think it'll happen here, but if counties and municipalities don't agree, then there's like a mediation board that DOLA is setting up who will then make that decision for counties and municipalities. So we have to represent at some agreement of how the money is going to get shared through us to our municipalities before we can get a penny of it.
So that mediation's county by county, not.
Only if we can't
Only
agree.
if counties don't agree.
Yeah.
Only if
not for
counties
all
and municipalities don't agree.
And
Yep.
and what I would project for the board is that the municipalities, I think, just like everyone across the state, right, we're struggling with kind of the compliance side with the public health orders. And so if these revenue numbers are to switch, it would probably come with an ask of how do we provide more relief for the municipalities on the compliance side. So it may come with an ask for that we apply more resources to that. And so we did not want to, as Kelly said, we wanted to make sure that we're honoring the intent of the legislation and the executive order. There was one model out there that we felt was, would define our baseline. And as we have our conversations with the municipalities, I'd imagine either those dollars will go back to them, or they may have an ask for us to provide additional support for their efforts. Does that make sense? Any other questions before I move on to the?
I'm going to let you
General
finish. I have
fund.
questions that go back to the staffing issue, so I'll wait till you finish the budget.
Okay. Public Health Fund is the other major fund impacted by this. You'll see we've taken down the tobacco tax revenues. Some of this is market driven, and some of it is us looking at if tobacco cessation efforts are successful, which we hope they will be, that we may not recover those revenues. You'll see a state emergency response distribution, 475 in the public health fund. That is, there's two pots of money, and that was split between 2020 and 2021 last week. We rolled it into 2021 because we expect that some processes will take a while to work through. This is a combination of dollars through CDPHE, again in that emergency response fund. We also are seeing dollars starting to come down from the CDC to support contact tracing. We've seen some counties get disbursements. We think smaller counties are going to start to get some of those disbursements. We have the FEMA reimbursements, and then of course the transfers from the general fund.
Can I have a quick question?
Yes, Patty.
So is this a different FEMA reimbursement in 2022? Is it going directly to public health fund?
Yeah, we have expenditures in general and public health fund, so this would be, you'd add those two together
So
for
on
a
top of
total
the
county.
250,000 we're expecting under the general fund?
Correct, yeah.
That would be great.
Yeah.
I would love to see that. That's a tough one when you're looking at separating this FEMA reimbursement fund throughout the whole country.
Yeah, and I think it's either going to come in. Oh, I'm sorry, was someone trying to jump in?
I don't know. Steve, did you have a question?
You said the check is in the mail, I was saying.
Checks.
You're right. And then, of course, the expenditure changes. You can see we had the original 350,000, which is split between the response materials, the personnel or the contract personnel, epidemiologists and such that we've brought on. And then the bottom line is what we anticipate the new staffing request being in the health fund. Health fund balance, while remaining positive, is going to be tight in 2020 and 2021. And we anticipate that as the pandemic-oriented staff start to roll off, we'll recover some of that fund balance.
Questions on the public health plan? Patty?
Yeah, I'm just going to go right to the reso because under the request and the supplemental, this is a quick clarification.
Yeah.
You have under information support contract only $75,000, but on this page, when you outline it's $150,000.
Yeah, so the difference there is the $150,000 was a 12-month cost, and
Right.
this is just going June through December, so we took half of the 150.
But you still have so this would go June. Well, then you have another 150. We have another amount for 2,000 for the 18 months total.
So it should be 225 total, but it won't be in this resolution. So
it'll be 75 now and 150 next year.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Because it looks like it's 150,000 this year. Yeah.
Yeah, and
That was confusing.
I was trying to give you 12-month and 18-month costs, and then what it looks like in
6
20.
month, and that was a 12 months.
Just to confuse everyone.
You did a good job.
Good.
Good job. But I caught it.
Other questions about the public health fund for John? Okay, I don't see any.
So on the budget side, that was really it. And you know what? I guess we'll just take a second before we turn to that, back to the budget, is what this is really designed to do is to support, you know, our roadmap to reopening and the phases where we're reintroducing activities. If you haven't been out on the website lately, there is a nice timeline that colors itself in as you scroll down with these phases, and then really the phases within the phases. So you can see on May 27th, of course, we reintroduced restaurants and lodges. And I think we're starting to get a sense of what some of our challenges are going to be with compliance and education with that level of activity. Yesterday, summer camps and outdoor recreation areas, playgrounds, guidance was issued there, more following state guidance. We're anticipating on June 8th, gyms, recreation centers, places of worship, and then so on and so forth. This is all available on our website, and you can click and get the guidelines by sector. Without going through all of this in a lot of detail, what this is to say is as we reintroduce these sectors, and the more sectors and activity we reintroduce, the more pressure that we're going to have, both on the compliance and education side, but also the more likely it is that we're going to see increased infections. One of the realities is in balancing our economic and social well-being, we are increasing the risk of infection. We'll increase the number of infections likely in the community. Our ability to quickly isolate and contact trace those so that we don't have a major outbreak in the community is what's going to allow us to keep doing this and allow us to keep striking this balance. And that's why we are suggesting, we know it's a really difficult decision for all of you. Given our revenue picture, we think investing in prevention right now is the right investment. So I'll bring it back to you guys in the budget.
Kelly?
Yes,
Since
Patty.
I seem to be the one commissioner who was objecting to this at the last meeting, I'm going to start off. As when we go down to, John and I have talked because I had to vent. I see the need. I just think that we're going a little too high. I think hopefully in 6 months we will reevaluate before we allocate more money for the next year, see where we stand at that point. I don't want this to be, oh, you approved it, we're moving it forward for next year's budget. I want us to have this conversation again in 6 months or in 3 months if we see significant changes. I truly understand the need for contact tracing. I'm not sure we're going to have 2 contact tracing supervisors and then 4 contact tracing persons. So that technically is 6 people just for contact tracing, because I'm sure the contact tracing supervisors will be trained to do contact tracing.
Yes, absolutely.
Contact tracing. So I think that's a little on the excessive side. I think we should hire a smaller amount, gear up the people within our staff to back up if we have a surge. In the interim, then if we do have a significant surge, we do need more. We still have the opportunity to pull our trained personnel that are already on staff with full-time benefits into that picture to accommodate whatever the need might be. And if we see the need going to continue, we can then look at hiring people in that interim to bring them in. I think that gives us some leeway and some backup support rather than just jumping right into hiring this many people all at one time. I think we definitely need data manager. I definitely think under the consumer protection, we need an administrative assistant. We need those people to help with the flow of information and documents and all that stuff that's going to go along with it. And a question about the public health information support contract. That includes the payment for advertisements and all that stuff. It's not just the person who writes the ads.
Correct.
I want to make sure that's all inclusive in there.
Yes, yes.
Okay, that is helpful, and I think we can reevaluate that in 6 months and see if we still need to have $150,000 for the next year. That's a significant amount of money. Hopefully we'll see a wane in that need. And then we have technically two public health subject matter experts. We don't have one that can do both.
It's kind of that was a capacity issue piece. So right now we're contracting for a business liaison. We do not see it, especially this year, demand for those positions going down.
And you see that under the public health, under the consumer protection, the business liaison.
Correct. Yeah.
So, but we're going to have a subject health matter person in the COVID tracing.
Which would be an epidemiologist.
Okay.
So two different functions.
Well, then, it looks like it's the same position in the same, so one would be the
Yeah.
business liaison. So just a clarification of that.
That's correct.
Right now, we have an epidemiologist, but we need to bring it in more permanent into the department.
So we have we have a 0.5 position on epidemiology.
So we bring in
Yeah.
another full-time position with
Another
that 0.5?
full-time position,
So
yeah.
it'd have 1.5 positions just to do epidemiology for the tracing?
Well, no. So, Patty, you're bringing up a really good point. We also anticipate that over 18 months, right now, we're going to have to get back to some level of business as usual, right? Doing our offsite wastewater treatment kind of approvals. There's actually other outbreaks that our 0.5 position was dealing with, whether it be in child care centers, with bacterial or the other things outside of COVID. And so what we're trying to do is build some capacity around COVID so that we have capacity to do business as usual too. Because right now we're definitely not doing both.
So me, I can understand that, but then for me, the bigger discussion at some point should be, what are we doing with public health staffing as a whole? Because I'm looking at this as public health staffing to respond to the COVID pandemic. But I'm hearing that and I understand, it's releasing people who are already in public health to do their other daily jobs that we've pulled them from. But we know we have a need for increased public health staffing without the pandemic. We already had that need. Greg and I were at the retreat where we were being asked for 13 new employees, ironically, just to staff public health department. I want to make sure we're clear. Right now, we're focusing these monies on response to the pandemic. We can reevaluate that over time to see what needs fall out of the pandemic for our needs to really staff public health.
Yeah, Patty, right now, we're focused on this 18-month horizon. How do we build capacity to deal with COVID and have continuity of business, at least at the level that we had it pre-COVID? If that answers your question. And I think the asks that you saw during the Board of Health retreat were based on the state analysis. And it turns out that there may have been some accuracy to some of those, right?
Well, that was broken in all different kind of issues. It was very, very broad.
Yeah, and I think those future considerations or longer term considerations would also need to be attached with some revenues.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So
and we had, I'll just jump. We had flagged that already before all this.
And that's what I'm saying is I want to make sure we're separating these two out, and I don't want it just to keep rolling without us having input into the rolling of these dollars into the future. The other thing is I really want us. I'm going to be the optimist again, John. I'm looking at numbers again, and I see there were 2 new cases today in Garfield County. We don't know if they're associated with Pickens County yet because of the contact tracing. We don't know if those people had exposure issues coming into our county or what part of Garfield County. Eagles County's numbers are down. Ours have been status quo for 3 weeks now, almost,
we're doing well,
with no cases. So a big, huge kudos to this community for doing the job. We need to work on that, apparently, from the Aspen Daily News front page article today, but we need to get that generation to wake up and realize they're part of this community and they need to be playing the same game as the rest of us are playing to protect public health. But I really want us to make sure that these positions, the people we hire, know that in 6 months, they might not have a job. We might see that we don't have that need for all of these employees, that we fine-tune, that we have our business management plans out there for all the different varieties of the business sectors that we have. We don't need to rewrite them every time we do a public health order. We need to tweak them, which is much less of a job than starting from scratch. So I think there's a lot of benefits with time. We're going to improve our systems. We're going to improve our knowledge, our base of knowledge. And we're going to see how things are panning out on a local level, a state level, and a national, international level. So I'm going to support moving forward for the next 6 months on this. But I really want us to be in touch with the board, you to bring this back to us so we know what's happening and we know how we're better able to utilize employees within Pickens County who are trained to do these jobs. If we have 2 or 3 numbers in a week and we only have 1 person hired, we can bring in our own employees that are already within our budget and getting full-time benefits rather than just pulling in people who, I know we're going to cross-train them, but I'm hoping we don't have the need for everybody to be cross-trained and all of these people to be at work. So I'm going to be the optimist on that. So hopefully we can reconfigure, revisit these numbers and say, you know what, we don't really need to use this almost $600,000 for the next 6 months. Okay?
We all hope you're
right. All right. I'm trying to work with this, but it's difficult with my catch between my medical background, my county background, to make it fair and make it work. But I just think it's important that we pay attention as we move forward and we don't just take it for granted that these monies are going there without any further review.
Okay, let me check in with the board. Steve.
So, John, I have a couple of questions or thoughts. First of all, can we get the number of trained contact tracers in the job market that there is today? Where would we find them? What do we do if we can only find half as many people as we think we might be able to get?
So, Steve, we're going to be hiring for characteristics and capabilities. So what we need is somebody with really good analytic skills and empathy. and then we have to train. So, you know, just like we've been doing with our own employees, it's an interesting balance.
Combo.
But if you think about this contact trace case investigation, this is a hard job, and you're calling people who are going to have emotional reactions. They may find themselves in circumstances where you're almost acting as a case manager as much as a investigator to help people get the supports that they need. It is a really difficult. So empathy is important, and then of course to be a good investigator, you have to have some analytical skills. So. Steve, we are not anticipating that we will hire a lot of people already trained in this, but we do think we will be able to find people with that combination of qualities.
Okay, that's similar to when I was hired at Snowmass Village Shuttle to drive buses.
Yeah.
They said what they need is people who are really good at public service, and they can teach them to drive, but you can't take somebody who can drive and teach them good public service if they're not already there. Kind of a similar principle here. So tagging on to that, your answer then, we do have unfilled county positions right now. Some of them the job descriptions might correlate to what we would be looking for, the analytical skills, people skills. Would it be possible to kind of fill some unfilled county positions where the people would be cross-trained to do the contact tracing, as well as beginning to fill in a capacity in a regular county job? At some point, some of our departments are, if we're short 17, I mean, I keep using the number 17. I don't know if that's the number now, unfilled positions. We are understaffed in some of our departments, and we're going to start suffering because of that at some point in time, or potentially suffering. If we could hire people who could start filling in those unfilled positions as well as do the contact tracing, I think that would give us a deeper field of workers in the county. Would that be a good scenario? I mean, I don't know what jobs are unfilled and if they correlate to the analytical skills you're looking for.
And I think so, Steve. I think the part of what we're trying to manage is if we're successful on the prevention side and our level of activity gets more normal, then what will happen is we will either, again, not be doing the job that we hired the person for in the county and be short-staffed, or we won't really be doing the contact tracing. And so we are erring probably a little bit, and this is a little bit to Patty's point on ensuring the capacities there for both. Certainly, if we do hire existing positions, we'll be looking to cross-train those folks to have a pool of contact tracers. That surge capacity is going to be so important, even with the full-time staff. And I want to reemphasize the consumer protection side. If we don't have case investigations going on, there is still plenty of work to do in terms of education, outreach, spot checks, and compliance work. We are not doing that work enough right now.
Okay, and I did have that question. That would be my final question. Would those people be out like inspecting a restaurant or a lodge to make sure they're complying, or kind of do health inspections and then give them suggestions on how they can improve their social distancing or whatever?
Yeah, the way we've kind of conceived it, Steve, is a little bit like a restaurant inspection, like a food inspection program or childcare inspection program where you're doing spot checks. Obviously, during a pandemic, we'd like the frequency to be greater, and for it to probably be focused on COVID. So absolutely. And it's our hope, if we could keep all these positions on the consumer protection side, we're winning. We're winning the battle against the virus. That's a great place for us to be.
Okay, Greg or George, any comments or questions? Greg, go ahead. Looks like you're reaching for mute. Go ahead.
Great, thanks, thank you. Yeah, John, it looks to me like you are doing a great job of walking the tightrope here. I think what I've seen is a positive response to the concerns Patty and others have had about, hiring. Looking at an economic recession and new hires, they don't go well together, and I think you're doing your absolute best to walk the line. So thank you for that, and thank you for the detail in which you've put this whole thing together. I think looking at the timeline, it's the first time I've actually felt a sense of fear lately, looking at the reopening timeline, and then, as you say, pointing out the newspaper articles from today, and how, in my own observations driving through town last night and looking at, outdoor diners much closer together than I would feel safe. I think that we don't really know where this is going, and you're doing your absolute best to make project how we can try to remain safe yet stay within a budget. So I think I like what you've come up with. I like where this is going. In the next few weeks, we're going to be opening up an awful lot of more opportunities for people to spread a virus, quite frankly. And as we see this with the restaurants and bars already, I don't think these guys get it yet. I'm pretty discouraged, and I don't think I'll be going into these establishments. I really don't think, it's prudent for me. And I'm a healthy citizen, but when I see that, it makes me nervous. So that said, I'm glad that you're thinking about having, at least a minimum number of people in place to start taking care of this if we see a surge. And I also really appreciate what Patty said, because in 6 months, if nothing has happened, of course we're going to review this, and we're going to see ways to save money. I'm sure you're going to be thinking about that constantly between now and then. So I'm feeling really good about what this meeting has brought us today. And they're tough questions and they're tough considerations, but I feel good about what you've come up with, and I'm supportive.
Thank you.
Can I just tag on real quick? Greg, I just want to tag on. I've eaten at 2 local restaurants this last week, and both restaurants were very, very specific about who wore a mask, who didn't, where people sat, how the servers moved through the restaurant. I ate outside on both, and it was a great experience. So there are restaurants in this community who are following the rules, probably above and beyond what we're requiring of them. And so there's just a few, and reading some of the emails we've gotten about the definition of seating and all that, there's still some confusion out there. So, but there are restaurants that I trust me, you would be safe eating in, and I would, if you want to know who they were, just give me a call.
Thank you. Patty, I appreciate that. I'm just going on my own observations, what I read in the paper today, but I do know, and we have friends in the business here, we know they're doing the right thing and doing it properly, but I also know the opportunities to lapse are huge for ourselves and for others, when you get in a social situation. So, yes, but I do know people are in the community are, following the rules, and as they should, because their business will depend upon it. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. George?
Oh, thanks. I'm supportive of this. I think that as we open up more of the community, and I've mentioned this before, as more of our guests come in, Independence Pass opened yesterday. There is a lot of traffic on Highway 82 right now, I can tell you that. I'm back to my normal wait to try to get in and out of Emma on 82, trying to time myself between two traffic lights. So I believe the reality is that we are going to see more cases come up. It's only natural as we have more people, especially from the outside. So I think it's a good plan. And to John's point, in terms of investing in prevention, the more we can portray Pickens County as a healthy place to come and follow up and be able to contact trace those who are showing symptoms, that should only help our local economies. We'll have a better idea, I think, in 3 months after summer is completed, and then also as we go into late fall in terms of what the bookings are looking for, like in December. So I think it's a good plan, and I agree that 6 months from now we should be able to reevaluate and see where we're at. So I'm supportive of moving this forward.
Okay, thank you, George. Yeah, Greg, go ahead.
Just thinking about the situations where you're going to have opportunities for crowding in restaurants, things like that. If we had an outbreak of one of the gastrointestinal bacteriums or whatever they come through occasionally and close restaurants down. It doesn't happen here often, but of course it has in some places. They have a contact tracer, right, who goes in, and the state health department will call you and say, hey, we understand you were at this restaurant, or did you by any chance get sick? That sort of protocol has been in place by the health department forever. I'm just wondering, are we going to have the ability to do that again with our contact tracers with COVID-19? Say somebody's, was in a crowded bar. Is there any way we can get the help from the restaurants and the bars for the contact tracing to make it easier for us? Will they have a record of who's in the facility, who's in the establishment? Is there any way we can establish some sort of check-in or register of people visiting one of these places without infringing on rights and freedoms and privacy?
So it's probably different in different venues. I know with restaurants, with reservations and such, we're trying to work with the restaurant community on that as well as technology solutions, Greg, but there's not a great solution to either of those right now for some of those venues. We're also trying to figure it out at the airport. How do we grab contact information at a minimum for folks coming in and local contact information so that we have a basis for contact tracing if we have a visitor who tests positive. So I don't have the answers for you now, but we are working on it.
Okay. All right, John, thank you. I appreciate all the work and, taking the suggestions to figure out if there was another way rather than fully staff up with the request for 18 people off the bat. I know you guys had to get creative and thoughtful about that. And, I am curious if we could get a report at some point what our total expenditures are looking like for this response would be helpful to understand. Because we know it's going to be high, but we know there's different revenue sources coming in that are intended to help all of us. I do think it's really important that some of our staff be able to get back to their normal work, even on the public health team, because I continue to be concerned about like a measles outbreak, which, our community still is susceptible. We have child care centers who are not vaccinating at the percentages that they need. Well, the children at those child care centers are not vaccinated at the levels they need to have protection. And the state has axed their vaccination program funding for the year, which is incredibly disappointing. But we continue to be at risk for those things. For me, I'm looking to Christmas as a marker of success. We know if we start hiring now and get people on board, it could take 3 months. That's just sort of average turnaround for hiring. And, you know, getting people trained and in place, and if we can have a successful Christmas season here, where we can still go to tree lightings and our hotels are, you know, well booked, and we make it through that time without seeing another outbreak that forces us to start to shut down again, you know, that to me is looking ahead, and I'm going to expect that all of these things that we're doing are going to set us up for that success, and I hope that's the case when the time comes around. I would encourage that we hire the consumer protection folks first. What was reported in the paper today was abhorrent. It is unacceptable. It will not be tolerated. You know, I fear we're losing the messaging, you know, effort for masks, you know, and again, I know a lot of people are doing really good, but I'm seeing a lot of people who are you know, not adhering to the 5 commitments of containment that we're requesting of everybody. You know, my bike ride by North Star, just people getting their boats out of the water, crowding around cars, you know, multiple parties of people. You know, it is happening. People are getting lax. We're prepared to handle that, but we also can do a better job in prevention as well, because it will save lives. And I hope people keep that in mind. So those are my thoughts on this. I do support this. In 6 months, we'll be doing budgeting. I know we'll be back here to have this conversation, and I fully expect that, you know, you guys and staff and public health team will be nimble in how the resources are being applied, and I have no doubt there will be needs for them, and that people's time and talents will be used appropriately to help protect everybody. And so with that, we do have to adopt a resolution, and I'll ask for a motion to, on this emergency resolution, it will come back to the board for second reading, formal adoption on June 24th. However, because it's an emergency, it will be adopted on concurrence today. Steve?
So I'd like to make a motion, but I'd also note there's a phone number listening in.
Oh, thank you, you're right.
And I'm curious if that might.
We don't have public comment on this today,
whose
but
number that was.
I'm guessing Ann or Connie.
No, it might be a staff member comment.
1187?
This is Ann on
Oh,
87. And Connie, I
Good
think,
guess,
is listening in.
Okay. We thought so.
Spying on us.
Oh,
So thanks for checking in, Steve. We will take
Okay.
public comment on this on June 24th.
I'll second Steve's motion.
Any
I
further?
want to make a motion
dis-
to approve the resolution, button supplemental appropriations to the 2020 budget and amending the 2020 budget for COVID-19 public health staffing.
Second again.
Thank you. Any further
Yeah.
discussion?
I'm gonna support this. John and I have talked with caution as far as my hope that we do not have, because of budgetary hits to the general fund, we don't have to go back to our own staff now and look at doing layoffs. So cross-training, by the way, Rich Englehart's letter, his email to staff was exceptional when he talked about we're looking at being able to cross-train our current employees to help out with this. And I think that is something we necessary, and I would like to ask Pekin County employees to really look into this so that we can keep everyone who's currently employed with the county with benefits employed. As far as their, you know, for people who are attached to grants or whatever. But and as we move forward, I think that's critical. So I will, as I said, support this today.
Thanks, Patty. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Would you
All right,
like a
I see
motion to
thumbs up
adjourn?
from George as well. Let me just check in before we adjourn to see, John, do you have any further?
No, we need to adjourn the special meeting now.
And
don't
then
we?
go back into work session? Okay,
So I'll do a motion to adjourn the special meeting.
thank you. Can I have a second?
Second.
All in favor to adjourn the special meeting, please say aye.
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 Okay, and got a thumbs up from George too. Okay, so we're back in BOCC work session. John, do you have any further COVID updates you want to share with the board?
Just wanted to talk a little bit about our buildings, because I know there's been, I think, some confusion with the public since we got our variants, with the expectation that our offices have opened back up. And right now, we are remaining closed with exception of the airport and the landfill. We are continuing to follow state guidelines on office buildings and libraries and such. Those facilities have not been opened. We're anticipating later in June looking at reopening our facilities, including looking at our meetings. Some of the challenges we're trying to work through are to social distance. In this room, you have a really limited capacity number of people that you can have in the room, and we're still trying to figure out who's allowed, how do you deal with the equity issues on vulnerable populations, how are we doing symptom screenings for our own employees and potentially members of the public. Facilities has also ordered screens and some additional, I guess, items for the facilities to protect both the public and our employees that we want to make sure are in place. And so we're not anticipating reintroducing public access probably towards till the end of June or through June.
Or if something comes up in the interim, we might.
Of course, yeah. But I just wanted to project that out, both for the board. We'll probably be in this mode of doing business for a few more weeks.
So can I ask a question?
Yes, go ahead,
when do we look, the current number of gatherings is 10.
Correct.
When is I didn't catch a date that it's
So
supposed to
what
go
we're
to
I cannot get rid of this silly thing here. So, Patty, we actually are being fairly conservative to really focus on our guidelines by sector, and so we're looking on the third week of June.
So not
having
till
those
about the
guidelines.
22nd to events of 50.
Yeah, now that doesn't apply like restaurants. That doesn't apply to the capacity in
Right, that's
restaurants
just
or
separate
lodges.
gathering,
But
event type gatherings.
exactly.
Is there any thought to an incremental of 25? I hate to go from 10 to 50, seems like such a large jump. Is there any thought to maybe doing that in the interim to 25?
That could be a conversation. I know that is something that Dr. Levin had suggested. I think, though, we have run this through the medical advisory team at the hospital now, and some of the requirements, one, giving us time to really put the guidelines in place, and also having them more limited with permitted events and such. That the medical advisory team was comfortable.
So maybe
too.
that's a Board of Health discussion on Thursday. I'm going to look at Greg to maybe bring that up, because I've just had some people questioning, like small weddings, funerals, those kind of things that that don't really need a permit, but people don't want to break the rules. So that's a discussion that I'll bring forward at Board of Health if I get the opportunity to bring something up.
Yeah, we were not. I think what the conversation is looking at those informal and formal gatherings on the 22nd. It's just we can only run through so many guidelines at a time. That's our challenge.
Well,
and we know the gatherings are our riskiest. They're our highest risk.
But,
what would you call it?
Yeah. Well, but I think when you have a gathering
Yeah,
outdoors for a
activity.
specific event, that's not just a let's go hang out in the park kind of event. But I think that's worth a discussion with the Board of Health on Thursday. And I'll bring that up then.
And then I would just thank you guys. This is going to be a huge relief for our public health staff who has been looking for some light at the end of the tunnel here. So thank you.
So, and one last thing, Greg and I briefly talked about this. John, we want you to take next week off. No computer, no phone. Can you do that?
probably not next week, but I am going to try and find some time in July.
Okay, we want that. I'm glad you
Well,
enjoyed your
thank
day
you.
on Saturday with your family.
I really enjoyed the
And
weekend.
congratulations to
Thank
Chamberlain.
you.
I do want to go back to this article we read, and you know, just this flagrant disregard for everything we're trying to achieve here to protect people's health. So, what is the path forward? What is the enforcement?
Yeah,
tack?
so I actually have not spoken with public health yet about it today, and so we will circle back with them, see what conversations. We obviously are going to be asking for voluntary compliance first, and then if necessary, we will escalate based on violations of the public health order. Of course, the pictures we saw were
Have
clearly
you received all
a
the email
violation.
banter that's gone on about it?
I have not. No.
Okay. Has any of the board received that?
Yes. The actors who are working really hard to follow the rules are very disconcerted about the actors who are ignoring them.
I like that.
So.
Yeah, understood. And we obviously need to take seriously egregious violations.
Right.
So.
And you'll be supported by us.
All right.
In that. So maybe if you don't have to, if there's not an article in the press already about this before Thursday, maybe a report out during the public health meeting would be helpful.
Okay.
That would be my request. Okay, any further discussion or questions on COVID-19 from the board for John? No? Okay, well, I think this concludes our work session for June 2nd. Stay safe, stay healthy, everyone. We look forward to being again soon. Thank you to our IT and admin staff helping us here in the room, Elaine and Jordan.
Good job.
And as always, thank you to Grassroots.
Thanks, guys. John, I just sent you on some light reading.
Thank you all.
Okay,
See you
these are
next
the
time.
emails that we got.